going to give you 5 minutes to think about the words that connect with you in your professional work life and the things that those words, how they resonate and connect with you in your working relationship. So what do you need as an individual as we come together to work as a group this year? You're going to select 5 words out of that list. And then we're going to pair up after that. So I'm going to set a timer, 5 minutes. I'll check on everyone to see if you need more time to check those off, and then we'll, again, come back together. Some time to mark those 5 words. The next part of our activity is that we have created dyads. Uh-oh, Jordan, I might need you to click over. I'm so sorry. I don't think so. Oh, there we go. Okay, so we've created dyads. Some of you have a triad. So cabinet members, you remember, have editing access. So you're going to be recording not only your 5 words, but also our board members' 5 words as well. We're going to give you some time to not only record those, but discuss why you chose those 5 words, how those connect you in your professional life, and then we'll go to the next step after that. So if our board members could find your cabinet member buddy, here's the next round right there, and then they will be recording those words once again. We'll have a quick discussion on why you chose those words, how those connect to your personal life, and then we'll move forward from there. We did notice that Nancy, I don't think, is here yet. So Erica and Jordan, you're going to be a pair since it's also Abraham today. So just wanted to
You're coming here.
make that quick note.
Great. And then Jordan, Erica, Rose, and I will be into the whole group before he transitions. If you could think of 1 or 2 words that are most important to your 5, and then kind of the relevance of the words in about a minute or less, share that out. Just kind of take a few moments to think about your 2 words, or 1 word. It can be 1 word if you want. The important. I will say, as we went through the presentation with Fazio last year at her summit, she shared what, and that is after you share what it was. So I'll kick us off and then move to Brooke. So I think my words would be, I want to be supported and safely challenged, because I think this work requires a high level of integrity. And so I want to know that Michelle may not agree with everything, but we're going to align together because we have the shared values of our work, and then to be supported to be supported and to support others with their work.
2 words I'll share is believed in and useful, and I was sharing with Monique that especially believed in, what I think makes Hillsboro School District so special is that we really think outside the box a lot of times, and in that rethinking something that may look different in education, and how can we kind of push what that vision can look like in a new and different way. But that also takes feeling believed in, and for us to believe in one another. So for me, that connection, especially to how we rethink education for our students and community, was really connected to. And the other one was useful. I think that to serve in public education, you are seeking out, I think, to feel useful in students and families' lives and in the community, and that's something that definitely drives me every day.
I think the 2 words that maybe jump out to me from my list are trusted, and the group that I was in and the group we joined also had trusted. All 5 of us did as our base word, and I think that just for the organization itself, we do need to trust each other, have relational trust, have trust in how we do the work, and I think that was really important. And then I put helpful because we are in education, and it's so important in my work, I feel like, to just be helpful and supportive of students, families, staff, everyone. So those are the 2 that kind of resonated with me.
I'm going to go out with helpful and confident. And those, in my world, I feel like those intertwine because I want to be helpful, and the things that I'm doing here is being useful. You know, I'm being helpful and not a burden or, you know, wasting people's time, and confident that I'm confident in my leadership and that you guys trust me. So I think those go hand in hand, that I'm helpful, also confident.
I would go with useful and capable as my two, and I would sneak in the fact that if you have a history and track record of being useful and capable, you could probably get trusted. So, hey, I think that many of the words I think we all chose to draw lines and how they're connected to each other to reinforce and make you stronger in those areas. So.
I put useful, and LinkedIn, for me, being useful is just kind of part of my family culture. I was always having a shovel or a spoon thrown at me and said, make yourself useful. And to this day, I try to make myself useful on a daily basis, mostly to achieve our community's goals. And then believed in, for me, is more of a we. Like, we act as a collective, and when I'm giving a presentation, I'm really speaking on behalf of the Hillsboro School District of what we're trying to accomplish. And if kids and families believe in that, then we'll have so much momentum and energy to add to our school district. Because for me, it's less personal than it is we represent.
I'm part of the same team that all said trusted, and something I shared in our discussions was that to some people not in this industry, it's a superficial tension between trusting, understanding, a kind environment on the one hand, and also competent and holding each other to high standards on the other hand. Neither are not in tension, really. You have that trusting atmosphere where you all know even each other, stakeholders, whatever, authenticity that you have those lives. There's confidence with it, trusted and understood.
Two that I chose were competent and included, and specifically I chose included based on the prompt, which was think about it in terms of your professional life and in communications and the nature of the work that I do. One of the things that can really hamstring me is if I'm not brought in right at the beginning of something that needs attention, and then I'm trying to play catch up. So that's why I put included.
I put worthy, but I think that's really kind of closely paired with useful. The system is kind of a stretch. They're very different, can be very different worlds, and so. And listen to, team that speaks to teachers and administrators who teach for a living. So getting a sense of how to be listened to by a group of teachers when I don't have an instructional background, that to me is an intimidating challenge. So I'm just well connected with the trusted, and I was in the trusted group.
Well, I'm part of the trusted group. The two words I chose are trusted and loved, and I went back to the prompt too. And I really chose that word love, not because I need everybody to love me, if that's not, or love the work that I do. But I think it's about knowing that when we are moving work forward in HSD, it's coming from the humanity and dignity of all, and that it's moving with our heart and the openness to move with the intention of love and care for our students, for our staff, and for our community. And so the other one is trusted, because I do feel that, especially in a year like we're going into, I guess forgiveness would be in there too, is that trust that we, or myself as a leader, is doing the best for what we feel is good for our students and for our families, and that ask for forgiveness if there's a mistake that has been made. But I didn't put forgiveness up there, but it's closely related.
I'm also in the trusted group. I picked this because I think think what's important is that, along with trusted, is like being trusted in, like, trust me around my judgment, trust me around my decision making, trust that what I do is in the best interest of our district, of our students, of our staff, of our community. And so if I have that and if I've earned that, a lot of these things fall in line, and that's kind of like the umbrella for me, the trust building. And then I want to be useful. If I'm not useful, I probably shouldn't be in a position, I shouldn't be in education. So there's other things I do. For my team, I want to be useful for them. I want to take things off their plate when at all possible. I want to be useful to our principals. If, you know, if they have questions, if they don't even know who to call, I want them to know they can pick up the phone, call me, and I can get the answer for them. So being useful is pretty high up there with trust.
I selected appreciated and useful. I agree with useful, need to feel you serve a purpose and you fulfill a need. For appreciated, I think it's super important that we let our colleagues know that they are appreciated for the work that they do. Sometimes that can make all the difference between a bad day and a better day, of letting people know how much you appreciate them, and that gets reciprocated, that they show you their appreciation for you and the work.
The two words I selected are challenged and helpful. So challenged in that I think that being challenged, or at least for me, helps me to be not always in a constant state of complacency, but always drive outside the box thinking, innovation, and any type of opportunity that comes. And so I see the word challenge as more of an opportunity to help improve things, as opposed to just kind of going with the status quo and just operating a well-oiled machine. How is it that we can make things better? And then helpful, I think this is something that both personally and professionally shows up a lot and really drives what I do and how I do things, and wanting to know that I'm being helpful to the task that I've been given, or the people that I am accountable to. That's something that drives me personally and professionally.
It would be helpful, just being in service, especially my department is, we're in service to everybody else and keeping things working in technology. And then the other would be trusted, in that we, again, are making the decisions we need to make for the greater good of the district, the students, schools, whatever that is, looking at those bigger picture items, especially now in things where we try to make things more efficient, but then there's also, you know, things that can go wrong and cause loss of whether that's just in the district or worldwide, as we saw. That we respond to those things as quickly as possible in their working days.
My two words were challenged and safe. Challenged because both in my fellow students as well as my own life, I've seen that people acquit themselves best when they challenge themselves. And I feel safe goes hand in hand with that, because the only place in which a person can adequately challenge themselves where they feel safe to do so is in a nurturing and safe environment. So both of those words I feel go hand in hand with someone who can perform their best.
The two words that I chose were challenged and capable, very similar to Cal, actually. I chose challenged because I guess I'm always trying to challenge myself professionally and just to be able to grow as a person. And I think that's really important because I'm always trying to become a more capable person to be able to take on more tasks and really tie in together, I suppose. So, yeah.
I think my two words I'm going to follow is, one is challenged as well. I like to
do work that is challenging and complex and I like to also challenge my own beliefs and perspectives and then be open to changing those depending on the new information that I learn. So I like being challenged in that respect. And then the other word I would say is valued, not just, and I like how Jordan actually put it, and not just in like valued in that the work that I do is meaningful and purposeful, but also finding value in that work, that I feel like it's rewarding to me out of anything that I could be doing. I'm putting my time and effort because this is worthy of it. And also that I get that back, so.
Thank you all for participating in our community conversation. And the thing that I took last, hopefully I remember the right word. By the adults that support them so that they can go into that space knowing that the other person believes in them despite mistakes they made or things that happened. Thank you all for the conversation today. Appreciate it. Thanks, Brooke.
Thank you, Brooke, and thank you, Kana. I think we all have in common. One of them is trying to be better for our community, and everything we do is helpful. So our next agenda item is setting the stage for the school year, and hey, Travis.
Thank you. I want to thank Anna too. We say in HSD that the team building activities that we do are fixing a team that's broken, but keeping high functioning at a high level. And I appreciate folks being vulnerable and sharing about what makes them tick and help us form well as a team. I would also say that as a team, we try to build a culture of if you're not feeling challenged or if you're not feeling valued or if you're not feeling useful, please share that with me during our check-ins or share it with Kana. Share that with each other because we can also help meet unmet needs. If you're having a need that would help you feel satisfaction in this work, then we're here to help. I agree with what Cal said too, like the best way for us to be challenged is in a safe environment. We're going to face a lot of challenges this year, and the more that we can be tight as a leadership team for this district, the better we'll weather those challenges and provide really good service for them. I don't know about you, but when you come back from summer vacation, sometimes it's hard to get our heads back in the game, and I just wanted to say a few words before we get started this year about the larger context and peel back a couple of layers facing this year as far as challenges, and also help us refocus on our priorities, especially around our strategic plan. I hope that you see in today's agenda a focus on the good things that we're doing and the way that we're aligning our systems in HSD. Starting with the global context, I don't know about you, but I was camping a couple of times and out of cell phone range this summer, and when I was back into cell phone range, I saw surprising things on my phone about what's happening in the world, in the United States, and I'm thinking, whoa, we just time warped into the future, and this is now reality. I think we could make a list of vocabulary words about the things that are challenging for our students and sometimes helping our students be thriving in our community. We're going to expect some turbulent times here. Each of these topics deserves our attention, but I'm throwing them on the board so that we can also maintain focus on what we're doing to help kids read, get on track in ninth grade, ready to graduate with career pathways. A lot of these things threaten our attention all the time, but even though they're worth us addressing, we need to adapt within our school systems. Each of these words could describe a disruption in our learning environment. It could be a good disruption. It could be a harmful disruption. It could depend on who you are as a student or a teacher in HSD, how you react to the things that are going on in the world. I do want to remind folks that schools have been a place for social and political change throughout our lifetimes and before us, and they're going to continue to be. These are also a place for social and emotional learning. We've adopted standards that will help students through difficult times to be able to help each other dialogue, find spaces of healing in conversation with each other as they try to create meaning of their world when they're 10 years old, 15 years old, 18 years old. School is is also a place where social stratification happens. Some students feel intimidated by the environment and need our support in accessing the full curriculum. I know that you all are in HSD, and I'm in HSD to help you find that safe space and to thrive in our learning environment. And the way we do that is through building community. We're in elementary school by having a morning meeting every morning, learning about how to treat each other. We do that in advisory lessons in our secondary schools. Not everybody loves sitting through the advisory lesson, but in that we deliver content that helps students navigate difficult social times and even political times in a civil way. And we also do that through leading with a shared purpose. So I'm a big believer in a strategic plan and setting discrete goals that we monitor ourselves on, meeting them, and that's how we weather all of our content that might negatively impact us by staying focused. I do want to just say thank you for choosing to lead in this time. I had the opportunity to meet with Congresswoman Bonamici this summer and a group of superintendents, and I thanked her for taking risk. I think right now, if you're a political leader on the national scene, you're taking on great personal risk, either through social media or personal acts of violence. And I would thank everybody who's choosing to lead, whether you're a board member, elected official, somebody who's an administrator in a position of importance in the community. We all take on risks to be leaders at this time, because it's pretty easy to throw stones at leaders. And you all are here taking on that risk, and I thank you for doing that on behalf of our students. One more slide, Jordan. Oregon also has a particularly fraught context right now. With things going on, we have a legislative session in 2025 that's going to be very important for public education. Important things are going on behind the scenes in a conversation with the governor's office regarding current service level, or what we call CSL. There's a task force that's put together by ODE that's discussing the future of accountability and even the definition of accountability in Oregon education right now. We have collective bargaining going on with both of our union partners. School board elections coming up in May. So this is a time of really exciting change and possibility in education. And it's also going to take a lot of level-headed leadership and a lot of engagement on our part. One of my goals this year is that we all have talking points and we go shoulder to shoulder into these conversations, not only with each other, but with other school districts in our advocacy for stable and adequate funding in education, and support a governor who appears to be very motivated change in how schools are funded and how we get the support we need to meet the expectations. We'll be sharing more information about legislative advocacy today. We'll be sharing a little bit about the budget. I did want to acknowledge, because everybody seems to be talking about it, that the governor released a memo describing the 3 changes that are coming to current service level. These are changes that are intended to address the accuracy of the current service level calculation and not necessarily the adequacy of funding in Oregon. But the early conversations are said to be yielding a recommendation like making the current service level based on a 49-51 split, which would add $217 million to public education general fund this year. Updating the state's compensation model to better account for personnel costs, that would be $240 million more, and that's related to the increased cost of salaries and benefits going to employees right now. And then using the most current local revenue forecast to calculate CSL, which would add another $55 million. So the forecast right now, the optimism on pieces right now is that in the 25-27 biennium, we may have $550 million going to state schools, just as a baseline recommendation to be accurate in how we calculate the current service level. Those are all publicly available facts that came out in the newspaper, but it's been kind of confusing how that all added up. We can answer questions about that, Michelle and I talk about it. It's also not final. Right now, if those CSL calculations were implemented, that would mean an $11.3 billion base funding level, whereas if we lived in the status quo universe, we would be looking at a $10.8 billion in the governor's budget. So while it's true that might not be adequate, especially the mental health and the special education needs that we're serving right now, it would at least be accurate way to update the That brings me to the HSD concept. We're going to stay focused on our strategic plan, be data informed, and focus on literacy and biliteracy. You're going to see some good data today from Beth and Brooke about our strategic plan update. We're going to focus on a sense of belonging and safety in schools, and we're going to continue to create premier pathways for students to access pathways they never would have had in other school districts. I'm proud of that in HSD. Some of the messages that I'm sharing are like this. If we want incredible options for kids, we need to have stable and adequate resources. That means money from the legislature and common sense math that we use in our bargaining process. If we want great programs for kids, we need to tell our stories. What I like to say is, I know it's tough running public schools right now, and I hear you about the difficulties, but let me tell you about some of the great opportunities we have in HSD. For that positive messaging and making what we deliver for students a highlight of what community members can expect from us, keeps them willing to advocate for more revenue toward public schools, more allocations from the state and general fund towards schools. Another message that I'm sharing with administrators so far this summer with community members is we'll all be part of making some tough decisions if things don't go our way this year. And I like to say that because I think it's important for teachers and neighbors in the community to understand that their voice matters, the way they vote, the way they talk about resourcing public schools. It matters. And we're all going to have some tough decisions if the legislative process doesn't yield more resources, and if districts start settling bargains for more than districts can afford. We'll see what's happening in other districts where we have layoffs of teachers and higher classes. All these decisions matter, and relationships we have with our union partners, the relationships we have with our legislators become really important. And I know I'm preaching to the choir, but I want to just voice how we get our heads in the game and act as a leadership unit between staff, board, and HSD, and with our local legislators and leaders. Operationally, I do want to make a comment really quickly about the 2024-25 budget. This is really to front load some things that Michelle will share with you. We are at the end of the ARPA and ESSER era. For the last 3 years, we've made really smart decisions about investing approximately $37 million in relief funds to help kids. And as those dollars dry up, we've made some really, I think, student-centered decisions about keeping that money with people who support kids, our students, churches. The fact of the matter is that we have declining or flat enrollment, and we have more adults in the system than we ever have. And so we are running real thin in terms of resources. We want to keep those resources focused on kids in the classroom. And we're going into a more like 2019 and prior situation where some belt tightening is going to happen, and we're going to need to be very frugal with our resources because we have so many adults in our system now paying those salaries to serve kids, but we don't have extra money coming to us like we did after COVID relief dollars came. A lot of leaders at this table have been around for a while in school board leadership roles and may remember what it's like to be in that scarcity sort of environment. And right now, we're not talking about hitting class size and money on teachers. What we're talking about is really being frugal with our resources. We've got extra projects. We'll share more details about that as the year goes on. Stuff that I've shared already with our admin team. Principals understand leadership challenges. Again, I do want to say, though, that there's reason for optimism with what's happening with the governor's office and the legislature. And we'll have community partners and our union leaders, board members, staff, elected officials. I think we'll all come together during this time to find a common message. And there is a great sense of momentum right now. And listening is happening earlier than would happen in a normal legislative session, and it's happening different. I think you'll see today that we continue to focus on data and all things that we want to do for kids. I just want to give voice to that swirl of international, national, and state socio-political context that is going to impact us this year. Just make sure that we're all on the same page and that you feel up to date. dive a little bit deeper in a minute. Some of the work that's going on behind the scenes with task forces and over the summer. Thank you for listening. Thank you for choosing to serve in your role this school year. It's really very interesting.
Thank you, Travis. Next is budget preview. Michelle.
Yeah, as Travis mentioned, we are constantly monitoring and adjusting as needed for our budget. We, as 23-24, the dust kind of settles around that. We have almost a full quarter of our expenditures happen in the month of September. I've shared that with you guys in the past in terms of how challenging it can be to anticipate and things like that. And as the dust is settling, it does look like we have less revenue than we planned on, higher expenditures in some areas than we planned on. So just kind of a note as we come to our financial reports that you'll see at the end of the year, there's a likelihood that we will hit that fund balance. That is something to think about. And coming into 24-25, as we developed the 24-25 budget, it was based on our last full fiscal year, which was 22-23. And as I just shared with you, 23-24 experience was different than we had anticipated, not in a positive way. And so you're going to see some, I would call yellow light indicators as we try, as Superintendent Ryman mentioned, to kind of tighten up our belt without impacting classrooms. At a time when we're also coming down off of the ESSER funding, we're also coming off of a lot of bond-infused dollars into both classrooms and infrastructure. So you may notice some things around the district as we held back to that 2019, 18-19, 19-20 budget kind of scenario for our district. As Travis shared with you, we are experiencing a declining enrollment, and that was part of our revenue shortfall for 23-24 as we incurred a negative school fund adjustment because our enrollment is down. So that's not uncommon across the state, but it didn't work for us favorably. And some of the areas that we exceeded the expenditures were unprecedented. Oh, I can't believe I brought that word back. But in terms of inflation, in terms of accessing services for students, in terms of substitutes and wage costs, they were higher than we had based our budget on for 23-24 because that was not the same as our historical experience. And so I share those budget assumptions with you every budget development cycle, and so you'll probably see some more adjustments as we move towards 25-26 in early spring. And as more information to come in October. We have our actual enrollment, so that will impact the revenue side of our equation. And then our first major payroll in September, where all of our 10-month employees and then 12 months. That's pretty much the baseline for payroll for the rest of the year, which is about 85% of our operating budget is tied up in people. So those, you'll expect to see some more information about 24-25 at that time. For 25-27 biennium, like Travis mentioned, we have the legislative session coming up. Our governor is definitely taking that current service level calculation differently and the approach to that, and that's very positive, and it's great for school districts that those conversations are happening so early. Normally they come like November, December, we start to focus in on what a state current service level budget number might be. So to have a head start and those conversations happening early are really great. One of the concerns from my perspective about that advocacy is that our recent experience may not be fully considered in that calculation. So where we have Paid Leave Oregon, which has the direct impact of the premium that the district pays and our staff pay for that, but also the experience of Paid Leave Oregon with expanded options for people to be out. We have essential employees gone and have to bring in substitutes or contract services. We
it costs more. That's the indirect cost. It's far exceeds the direct cost of paid leave Oregon. We've had some changes to the unemployment rules, the benefits for our 10-month employees, and those are impacting us as well. We also have a preliminary forecast for the PERS rate. We'll have our PERS rate in September, 527 biennium, but it's an average increase based on PERS market performance in 2023, but our average increase for school districts in 25-27 will be 4.08%. Some districts will be a little higher, some will be a little lower, especially if they have a side account, which in Hillsboro we have 2. So those are some things that, and that will be different for every single school district. Making sure that those considerations are included in the current service level budget, for me, is a huge priority too. And advocating against unfunded mandates. Mandates are great, but they need to come with a reason for us to fully implement those. So that's kind of a preview. Coming up, you'll get more budget updates throughout the year. We always do that. And I'm available at any time to answer more specific questions. Questions for Michelle?
When you say, so our ending fund target is 4%, right? Not 4.5, it's 4%.
But we also have some investments tagged on top of that to continue some of the services that we were providing with ESSER funds. So it was actually up by, I want to say $17 million is what we were targeting. Some of that was a set aside for those additional services. And so I anticipate we will be short of that, and we're in the process now of kind of pinpointing what that looks like.
So we should not expect us to hit our 4% target, what you're saying? Or
we will hit 4%, but how much we exceed it is the question.
So you don't expect us to go below what we consider our minimum ending fund threshold?
Correct.
Not in danger of not being able to make people's paychecks?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah, no, we will have our minimum target. What we won't have necessarily is a surplus that we planned for some services and things this year. So where else in our system can we pull from to continue those? That's really what we're looking at right now.
Thanks.
Thank you. Next agenda item is updates with Travis, Michelle, and Beth.
See all these sort of topics weaving together, but again, I already spoke a little bit about the details of the current service level, but I wanted to reinforce this vocabulary that part of the concept of accuracy versus adequacy. And the term accuracy has been used to describe the current service level calculation update. The term adequacy has been used to describe all the things that we would advocate for in order for schools to have enough money to meet the expectations that we put on us right now. So a couple of those that are on folks' minds are special education costs. Right now, special education is reimbursed at 11% of the students we have who have IEPs. We funding for them. The reality is that the state average is something like 15% of the student body of a school district has IEP. So we would advocate for being reimbursed to serve those students better. We serve those students already, but the money doesn't come with that gap of about 4%. And there's also a conversation about reimbursing districts for high cost of stability, which is the cost of stability that services are threshold, $30,000. Those would make a huge difference in the way that schools are funded if the state were to allocate those resources for the number of students we actually serve. The other one that Michelle mentioned would be unfunded mandates. Some of the mandates are on us, like implementing new curriculum, but there's not extra wrong with the new curriculum that we must implement. The other type of unfunded mandates are mandates that we need to follow at schools, but everybody else. That is changes in unemployment, changes in family and leave benefits that are extended in Oregon. Those are good things for family, but the cost has not been accounted for yet in the impact on schools. Michelle did a good job of describing the upfront cost, but paying someone who's on leave, and the hidden cost that I think was underaccounted for is paying the substitutes that are now available. Our sub positions are filling, that's good, but that cost has hit us hard. That's an unfunded mandate in the sense that it's something that affects anyone running an organization. We're not exempted from it, so we're bearing it. The other that doesn't affect us as much, but you'll hear about, is the ability for the state to allocate resources to districts for capital projects, including the construction of new schools. Right now in Hillsboro, we are blessed with a community that has supported our bonds in order for us to maintain the schools that we have and build new schools when we need them. That's not true in every community in Oregon. One of the things about Oregon is that you don't get money from the state general fund extra to build schools. So we've seen at least one school district narrowly avert having to close down because they, at the 11th hour, were able to pass on their school system. That's another thing that adequacy may represent the conversation around adequacy may involve capital projects. Now, behind the scenes, there are 3 task forces that I'm involved in. One is around COSTA task force on funding, and there's another task force that's kind of parallel with about student support. And in that conversation about student support, so we've already talked about CSL, student support conversation includes what are schools being asked to do right now that we're struggling to do because students need it, we don't have extra resources. So here's just a brief list of things. Student mental health and behavioral health, we have invested specialists, but not enough. Student attendance across the country, attendance is basically at a crisis level with students being chronically absent. School programs, special education services, summer learning. Just to be transparent, we did a great summer program this summer, better than ever, and you'll see an update on that. I've changed my messaging on that because other superintendents are a little bit hurt that their school districts didn't get funding. That funding did not go to every school district. It went to priority list. So while we benefited from that, the conversation at COSA has been, why wouldn't we systematically invest in all districts for students who need it? We hope our summer program can be a model for future programs across the state. Talking about learning acceleration, workforce development, and early learning. Anyone can point to those things and say those are good. Right now, we're making really tough decisions in schools about where we put our money. The other task force I wanted to tell you about is around accountability. There was a House bill that resulted in ODE being compelled to form a task force on the topic of accountability. That task force has gone through international look at what accountability looks like in schools. What countries are held up as examples of successful school systems, public schools. Then a look at national systems. What do different states do to make sure that accountability has a definition and that student achievement is attached to resources? And then all the way down to a couple of weeks ago, what is Oregon's plan for making sure that students are successful? Is that, I think, standardized testing? If so, why does Oregon allow students to opt out of this type of standardized test? Doesn't have to do more with diagnostic assessments that help teachers make good decisions about read. Are we going to adopt a model from another state? Are we going to invent our new model? And that is to be determined. My hope and hope of other leaders in Oregon is that the conversation about school funding goes parallel with the conversation about what accountability means. Because as board members who already do the math, we get this resource, we expect these outcomes. Almost everybody in Oregon right now agrees. We don't have the resources, which we have to do with graduating every student that way. Sure that every kid adequate. Shelville part behind the scenes of work going on around money.
Yeah, sure, I'm sorry. So, yeah, 2 different places. One is the PERS Employer Advisory Group. I've been talk a lot about systemic changes and also policy changes that they're thinking about taking place. So there's that piece, and PERS is such a huge cost driver for us. So I mentioned a 4.08% increase potentially for 25, 27, and each percentage for Hillsboro is just over $1 million. So it's a cost that no one seems to see the benefit of because it's a future benefit for our employees. So there's that, but also there's a group, kind of a longstanding group of school districts with 10,000 or more students in them that have collaborated every biennium around funding, and even in between times we work together. We meet every other week and talk about the issues that we're seeing, both impacts monitoring enrollment, growth and decline, so all of those things. ODE is a part, ODE finance is included. Really, this is kind of a sacred circle that's informal, but great dialogue about funding. We tried to work in concert in fiscal impact requests as different legislative action items are moving through the system on what we think it would cost for us, and then that can be extrapolated to a statewide basis because we represent a percentage of big. So that's something that I haven't really visited with, but Travis is in a very similar group, same school district. Superintendents are meeting and talking more about the community impact and the political discussions around those same items. So I'm just super excited that that is working. Often and early, I think that's going to be great for our students.
We're going to try to stay longer.
So typically I will kind of shepherd our legislative advocacy process, and we always invite board members who are interested in serving on the legislative advocacy subcommittee to join with me and kind of look over things that we're considering elevating as our board priorities heading into the full legislative session. That has typically kind of taken place over October, November, and then we've adopted a slate of priorities in December. This year, I think that process is going to move up a couple months, so there'll be a much more accelerated process to develop those priorities so that we can kind of really be out ahead of the game and collective along with these other large districts and whatnot in our messaging to the elected officials about what it is that we feel that we need. I like the direction that things are going, but I do, I always like to push the envelope a little bit and get more detailed when we can. Certainly things around unfunded mandates are always important to us. Special education, things like that. I like the work that the governor has spearheaded with her task force around coming up with a few new ways to look at what current service level really means and how that's calculated. I do think that's helpful to us. And while we still need some monetary things to shake out a bit so we can see exactly what it would mean for Hillsboro to have a level, if the legislature, let's just say they agree with that $11.3 billion number, what would that mean for Hillsboro? It might look decent for Hillsboro, but again, we're talking about current service level. That's doing the same thing we did this year or the year before, rolling into future years. That's not about growth. That's not about improvement. That's about status quo. And I don't think that that is certainly ever what we're satisfied with, and I don't think we believe that that is what our elected officials should be satisfied with either. So, that's going to be the finesse, is to come up with those really compelling talking points and things that spur them into action without making our elected officials feel like we don't appreciate their hard work on our behalf, because we certainly do. Some things we'll probably look at. The Quality Education Commission did just come out with their report. Those come out in even-numbered years, and this year's report just came out a few days ago, which once again shows about a $2 billion gap between what it would take to have a fully adequate quality education model implemented in the state of Oregon versus
what even the governor's new proposal would come in at 11.3. Quality Education Commission saying we need 13.5 to really implement a quality model. But then maybe what we'll look at is pulling out certain pieces of that. Like, what would that mean? Like, one of the things they're talking about in this report is a 180-day school year. Hillsboro and many other districts around the state only have a 173-day school year. So, you know, that's something that we can fairly easily put a number to. We know how much a day of school costs. I think it's around $1 million, right? So if we added 7 days to a school year, there's $7 million right off the kicker. And, sorry, kicker has a whole nother meaning, never mind. Right off the bat, let's say. So there are things like that. I think another thing to keep in mind as we advocate for things like raising the special education cap or increasing the reimbursement level for high cost disability, all those things are very important. And I think what we need to guard against is for that money simply being carved out of existing money that we already get, right? And that is kind of, while it's amazing that we have the Student Success Act and therefore the student investment account as kind of additional money, that has also been seen as kind of a justification for giving us a bit of school fund money, which is not the point, right? So we need to make sure that, again, that we can, in a nuanced way, tell the story of the fact that over the last 20 years, the state budget has tripled and funding for K-12 education has barely doubled. You know, so there are funding decisions being made at the state level that could be different in future years. They could be more tailored to what works for K-12 education. There's also possibilities that, okay, if you're going to continue to invest a greater percentage into health and human services, for example, is there a way to compel health and human services to partner more in a more monetary basis with school districts to support some of the things that we are currently providing in terms of, you know, student support and wellness counselors or mental health counselors, things like that, things that support our students' well-being. So those are some of the things that we'll be looking at and trying to push it as far as we can so we can get the most accurate numbers possible as we put forth a number that we're going to advocate for at the state level. Yeah, so more to come. And I think we're going to choose some committees a bit later in this meeting. So if people are interested, we'll probably be getting together in the month of September primarily and knock this out.
So just a quick add on that is that when we're talking about those investments and those additional things that we can do, because of the funds we received, we were able to do some very targeted investments. Data around how many students can be served by a certain program and the impact of certain positions, and even curriculum implementation, everything it takes from finding the curriculum to purchasing the curriculum to training everyone to use the curriculum with fidelity. Those are all things that we have recent experience with that we can turn into part of our story. Yeah, so that's been important to us.
Anybody have any questions for Beth, Michelle, or Travis? Oh, yeah.
I'm trying to wait.
Anybody? Yes, Erica?
I just had a question more tied to initiative, and how we're doing our work ordinance. We're talking about us having things around, you know, tightening our belt, so to speak. And I'm wondering if part of the work for our budget committee that's coming up here, or for us, I didn't think about, how do we have a prioritization criteria so that when we're making these decisions and people ask, why did you do this or why did you cut that from that committee or from the board, or whatever we decide to do, that there's a prioritization criteria of like, these are the things that are, you know, we need things to keep the lights on and the doors open, but then also the things that are student-centered, we're going to try to protect as much. But then, so when there's questions about why did we cut this versus that, we actually have like, they had a conversation about it, and we have a prioritization criteria. What are the things that we're trying to protect as much as possible, and look at it with an equity lens, and like have that be transparent about that so that, because I know that's always gonna be hard, is when we make these tough decisions, but if we have about like, how do we arrive to that? And it's not just like, you know, Travis went in a room and he was like, we're gonna do that. That's not how it works. But if we can have that, the committee do some of that work or our board do some of that work, so that it also, it's what we're tasking you to do. You know, here's our direction of what we wanna protect.
Integrated guidance and the outreach that goes along with that. And so that process is a requirement of the student investment account and all of those other programs. With that comes a level of engagement where we will be activating the community and getting input on what those priorities are. I think that'll be really good. And that feedback we get applies to the whole picture, not just the act or that grant. And so that's just a really great exercise for us to do as a community. We do have some operational decision-making that we can do. For example, really looking back at pre-pandemic and seeing, oh, okay, what does the staffing look like departmentally and within the schools, and how is it different, and what's keeping, what's potatoes versus gravy, and where do we need to kind of hold back until we have some more confidence in our future resources. So I think you're going to see a lot more about it, and just know that when we come to you with an investment plan or a recommendation for reductions, that is something that we're hoping to get feedback on, you know, and then we go back to the tool or to the chalkboard and rework our information. I know that Travis and Brooke have both led exercises as instructional leaders, much better at getting feedback than I am, but then we crunch the numbers and then we roll it out again. So you will definitely be seeing more.
Title, strategic plan.
Yeah.
Not, we don't want to, we set some goals and then we can make sure that we don't hinder those goals because of the decisions we have to make.
No, I think when Beth and I go over our strategic plan update, I can talk a little bit about some of those communication loops that we're going to also be continuing with this year, and some of our metrics that will help us, I think, guide in a data-informed decision around our prioritization. So I'll wait until we present.
I think when you said we won't be hindered in our achieving our goals. Right now, if I talk to an elementary principal, talking about third grade literacy scores, I think part of that conversation is how much support some of those need purely physically to engage in the curriculum. So we did have a blunt conversation. It was very one-sided conversation. That was like, hey, if we start giving out school vouchers and leaving money out of public schools in a year, we're going to have to adjust our expectations about what we're accomplishing. So the part of the politics of this that are hard for me to articulate without sounding really blunt is we need to protect our assets. We need to protect the resources that are going to our kids right now, piece of that Michelle just described, in order to meet those goals. So I have to weigh that as a leader. Sound too brutal, but in resources in public education next year. And we're going to stay with our goals, with our strategic plan, and all of the community that has created those goals. That's what parents want to see in our community, and we'll do it. We need to be really honest about the resources that we need.
We've used the term unfunded mandate 3 or 4 times, and I know that's a great catchword to use. You led with curriculum. We're always reassessing curriculum and adopting curriculum. Always, there's some expenses. What are some examples of state-required curriculum changes that are unfunded?
I'll give you one. And I'll present on this a little bit later, but Senate Bill 3, which is the career development credit, which we already have, but then also our personal finance component now, is a great example of something that's coming up that we're going to have to figure out how to do. fund it, and also how to staff it.
Doesn't feel super expensive, but okay. Yeah, I got it. Sure, that's an example of one.
Example.
But it's like, to lead with that as saying one of our big things feels, and I'm being disingenuous, maybe too strong, but like, it feels like, there haven't been a lot of in my opinion, it doesn't feel like that's an extreme burden that the legislature has put on us recently. There was, and absolutely, having to provide special education services for 15% of our students and only being funded for 11% of them is an unfunded mandate. I get it. I agree. I don't know that unfunded curriculum changes is that big of one that resonates with me personally.
For me, it's updated math standards. But going back to the Common Core, we need textbooks and online licenses in order to sort of updated standards. That becomes a burden when we see the price tag. We paid $2.4 million for our last language arts adoption. Now, we would have done that as a refresh, but when social studies curriculum is updated, including Holocaust education, tribal history, shared history, updates in health standards.
It's like we've already done tribal history though, right?
I still am wishing that we had had more resources to implement it. Well, I guess there's a, hey, school district.
But that's not a problem that's coming up.
I think it will unless we advocate for it.
And then just to add to it, starting this year, the transformational cell standards that were adopted by the state of Oregon that are required under Division 22 to teach to all of our students is not funded, but it's required as a standard. I'm starting this fall.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to give you the laundry list.
Sure.
Some of them I've held on to from past experience, and others, when I look forward to what might come next time, it would be somebody's good idea about what we ought to teach, and that it doesn't come with resources. So Brooke needs to implement those things with a huge process that yields a curriculum implementation and then training for teachers and substitutes with fidelity, which that I think is just something to get. It may not be as big a price tag as cost disability, but I think I would like you all to have the historical, maybe we put together like a historical, here's an accounting.
Some with yearly costs as well, that's different. There are licensing and tax pieces that come with them. Not. And so all your normal operating budget.
I think individually, like even with the personal finance example, I mean, that's a small, but it's compounding over the last probably 12 years that I've sat in the administrative role of just think. And so it's taking a larger chunk of Michelle's pie every time for us to do these things. And I think we keep talking about mashed potatoes and gravy and things like that, but I don't know that necessarily we have much gravy because we're doing what's expected of us. And I think after 12 years of little tiny unfunded mandates, that's a chunk of our pie that's very large, right? I mean, it's a chunk. So all of those things that everybody is listing take time. And the implementation time to do it.
Most have been absorbed already. And we're still dealing with, I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but, and we should constantly ring the bell of no unfunded mandates, please, I get it. And I don't feel like there's much gravy either. And as far as the CSL conversation goes, as someone who spent the last 6 years, so maybe it took me a year to get my head around it. Yeah, last 6 years saying CSL is incorrectly calculated, what are we gonna do about it? I am appreciative of the legislative efforts and the efforts of the governor to sort of address the inadequacies of the CSL calculation. And if some of the revenue forecasts for the state of Oregon are correct, we may be heading into some even leaner times in some upcoming years. And the best point in what we've learned in the last year or so with all of the regulatory stuff you presented us with, maybe it's just me moving on to the next thing. So if people are going to realize we're calculating CSL incorrectly, we should calculate CSL correctly. Yes, let's go ahead and do that. But also, in 2008, when we were in the middle of a financial crisis and every department had to cut a ton, it was important for us to figure out what the bare minimum we could do to keep the lights on today is. as the economy grew, we continued with this mindset of, let's figure out what the bare minimum we can provide is, and not figuring out how to invest in the future of our students. So as the economy grew, the state revenue doubled or tripled, and yes, we should know what CSL is, let's do that correctly, but also we should stop framing the conversation in a way that our end goal is to figure out how we can provide the bare minimum. We need to pay our teachers a livable wage. We need to do all of these things that invest in our, so yes, let's get an accurate CSL calculation, but I would like to try to change the conversation to be, that's the thing we use when we're in a dire crisis, when we're in budget cut mode. But when the state's economy is growing, we shouldn't be focused so heavily and spending time figuring out why CSL was wrong. And then the OASBO people have a number, and financial or LRO has a number, and everybody's got, and the governor's number. We spend so much time arguing over what the bare minimum we can do is when the state's economy is growing, and we're now talking about the kinds of investments we should be making in our children, not the bare minimum we can do. So that, hopefully that's the direction I'd like to see our conversation go.
Yes, Patrick?
Taylor.
I also, but a different subject, but topic area. I think a potential presentation I have this year before about the our leadership team here's view of class sizes and the importance of class sizes, because looking at we referenced the 2024 Quality Education Commission report. When we look at their prototypical school, it's written about every year. Just briefly that their view on the research on class sizes. It feels sometimes like in our district we, of course, in theory, understand that, but that we prioritize other interventions and class sizes just kind of end up where they are after all the other interventions have been. And all the other things account for what funding allows. And I'd like to understand, it's my sense, talking with constituents, that they view class sizes as a priority. And I'd like to understand the thinking of our leadership team on that. View of everything involves trade-offs with we're trying to grow the funding, but with the funding we have to decide what to prioritize. And so it would be interesting to me how we look at that.
I think there's some data that we think casually of class size as a panacea for everything. And oftentimes teachers will say it's so dependent on class. Like, I'd rather have 30 of these kids than 20 of these kids. Or if just every class is different. So yeah, I agree. But I also think people often mistake class size as a panacea that just is going to cure all ills, when I think teachers have said to us, you know, sometimes class size is not, maybe it's an educational system, maybe it's just another adult in the room that makes a difference, and that's not class size. It's still one teacher for X amount of kids, but if you put an educational system in there, it can make all the difference in the world. So. Yeah, but it's true. Like, yeah.
I want to make sure we're looking at not just anecdotes, but research, because I'm reading this in the reports. I want to understand research our future.
I think you're like, I hadn't thought about it that way. We stack all these other interventions on top of each other, and then class size falls where it falls. It does seem like maybe reconsidering that approach a little bit might be looking at it.
It came up during the SIA process.
First of all, please excuse my ignorance with a topic that is quite new to me. Second of all, if it is not too early to tell, I was curious how the budget concerns for this coming school year might affect an average student, because there are a lot of high-level conversations on the plans and talking points, budget. But I'm curious, if a student were to ask, I see this happening in this article I'm reading, how will this affect me? And I wish I can tell the student in a very fundamental manner how it would affect them.
Oh, that's a very interesting question. And it's been, in Hillsboro, we typically, our whole system, 37 schools, all the buses, all the things that take to run them, when we are coming up into a year, the year's already, all of the staffing is in place, the big decisions have been made, everything is kind of set for the year, we're gonna work really hard to take from areas in the budget that won't impact students at all. So it's important for the community to understand the position we're in budgetarily. They're gonna see some things different. We have talked about maybe not watering some grass, which would save us a lot of money. So those types of things, there are things that we don't necessarily want to do because they do take away from our system and our operations, but they do save dollars. So we will always try to protect the students' activities and the classroom as the number one priority. That's been a long philosophy. Yeah. So have that level of assurance. There shouldn't be any impact to students in 24, 25. We've talked a little bit about some of the big federal grant dollars going away. Those are some support more for the staff than the classroom and the activities that the students will be engaged with. So hopefully.
And our state funds on a 2-year cycle biennium, so, you saw for the 2020, in the 2025 session, starting in January, the legislature will determine what the funding will be for the 2025, 2026, 2027 school year. So that's the unknowns. We are in the second year of the current biennium. The funding for the school year that's about to begin is already determined. We already know the number. It's not changing. There's there are at least this academic year. There's a lot of a lot of the variables in the equation are known. It's going forward, and that's where Hillsboro doesn't have lobbyists. Hopefully, school board members make connections with our legislators and go to Salem and advocate on our behalf and things like that. So that's where the biggest difference we can make with our advocacy and talking about current service level focus and just barely keeping lights on and investing in our students. We would likely see more of the results of that in the 2025, 2026 school year and the 6-7 school year. By July, the state legislature will allocate the budget for the next 2 years, but the current year is already set. We already know exactly how much we're getting. And we just have to spread it amongst the people we have and hope to keep as many people around as we can.
Great. Thank you so much for your response.
Me too, I think.
Yeah.
Thank you, Michelle, Beth, and Travis. Our next agenda item is long-range planning, bond development preview, and timeline with Beth.
Yeah, so I can go through this relatively quickly, and then we can take our little break. No, we're a bit behind, but we'll catch up. It's no problem. So, yes, we, spearheaded by Michelle, and then I joined her back in January to talk a little bit about kind of our long-range planning process and when we might go out for our next bond and what that might look like. We have, since the close of our 2017 bond, we have restarted the Long-Range Planning Committee, which is super exciting. It's like my favorite committee. And we are already looking ahead to our next bond, which we anticipate going out for in November of 2026, after the collection in the fall of 25 for the 2026 calendar year. We will have paid off the bonds that we sold back in 2006 for a previous bond issue, and that means we will have an opportunity to potentially ask voters to fill in that gap So after the 2006 bond is paid off, it will result in about a 70 cent per thousand funding capacity, is a term that I've coined. And if you consider that with our 2017 bond, we had $1.25 per thousand of funding capacity, and that generated $408 million worth of bond dollars that we then maximized through many wonderful maneuvers in the budget area, which was great. If we consider that that's like 56%, 70 cents is about 56% of $1.25, which would just in raw numbers be about 230 million, but with the increase in our community and our taxable properties over the last several years, we might be looking at upwards of 300 million. We'll just have to see. We will have our outside advisors go through and do a full calculation when we get a little bit closer, so we know exactly how much money we're dealing with. And then, you know, really our work over the next 2 years, well, year, because the second year is going to really have to be full steam ahead on the bond, but is coming up with that list of projects that we would like to fund with those bond dollars if it were to be passed by voters. And, you know, something that we were super successful with in 2017 was not only just coming up with compelling types of work, but the fact that our work impacted every single building in our district. And that, you know, is a great selling point because we're asking our entire community to be supportive of this bond. And if there are pockets of our community that aren't benefiting from the bond work, it just makes it a little more difficult for them to, even though we're saying we want to keep your tax rate the same, you know, it can be a harder sell if we don't have things that are really broadly appealing to folks. So we certainly have things building up with technology and you know, just kind of keeping up on the things that we put in place with our last bond and other facilities maintenance and things like that we will be focusing on. But one of the things we might want to look at is what is a bright, shiny project that can get people super excited. So we'll be looking at those options as well. So just to give you a little sense, I already kind of mentioned, if we're looking at a November 2026 ballot ask, then back that up probably the year prior or the fall prior, so fall of 2025, we'll probably be looking to stand up a bond development committee to really start putting, you know, kind of that final list together. And at least when we did this last time and we did a November ask in November of 2017, we had some professional polling done in March to go out to our community and test ballot language and test, you know, different aspects of our bond and how that either increased support, potentially decreased support. So we'll get a sense at that time, you know, if it's looking like we have a solid ask that is likely to pass. You know, we like to see support in the mid to upper 50% range before deciding that we have a viable package to move forward with. And then in July of that year, we would have to put forth our actual language that would go into the voter pamphlets, and then with an election in November. Assuming passage, then we'd be able to sell, you know, our first round of bonds thereafter, hopefully taking advantage of any good, you know, interest rates, favorable bond markets, things like that. So
February 26th or March 26th would be the polling, or March 25 would be the polling?
March 26th would be the polling. Yeah.
So at least be 3 members of this board still here then. But 4 of us will have to be dealt with in May of 2025.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And, you know, of course, we say, you know, we'll be doing this, we'll be doing that, but of course it does require full support of the board and board involvement. As our student reps might not know this, but when it comes to putting things on the ballot, we as public employees are not allowed, at least during our work time, to advocate and encourage people to vote yes on such a thing, but our board members can, and other community members can, and other staff members can when they're not on work time, can advocate for for passage of a bond. So it really is important that we have our board members' support to kind of spearhead that effort, and other community members as well.
So I guess the things, oh, sorry, Dan, Vice Chair. So I guess the things I would be curious in hearing about in the next 8 months or so would be, so even if the 4 current board members who serve decide they want to continue on the board, voters might not pick them, and right, we've had a situation where people wanted to continue and they didn't. So what are the kinds of things this board can do to help prepare the people who will actually have to make the decision as best as we can? It may be some of us, it may not be some of us. So I would be curious sort of in thinking through that experiment of, okay, what, if I choose not to run, if people choose that I'm the wrong person and kick me out, but how can I best prepare whomever sits in the chair after I'm gone if I'm not here, would be the kinds of things I would want to focus on in this academic year.
Because I would say it took a lot.
It's a lot.
A lot of work from the board last time to pass.
17.
And responsibility to serve in that leadership capacity of the committee, and yeah, it's a lot of work, so.
No, it would be kind of interesting, is if you and Mark, for example, and possibly even pull in, Kim or Janine to do a presentation to your fellow board members about what that did entail to lead that effort from your side. And then we could certainly capture that to share with incoming, if there are new incoming board members. It would be helpful. I don't know that you had that.
Oh.
No. It'd be kind of nice to memorialize it.
But I do remember seeing that campaign issue where voters would ask you, I would expect people who hope to sit in these chairs after May 2025 to address the question if it's a well-formed question. So I remember us being asked, so do you support the idea of a bond? Do you not support the idea of a bond? What do you think? Yeah. So theoretically, it should be a campaign issue in May of 2025 for people who want to sit in these chairs. I don't have hard data, but best guess, in 2017, one of the things we often said was 70% of the voters did not have kids in school systems. Is that roughly still about right?
Yeah.
So it's convincing community members that we are responsible stewards of their tax dollars. Back to our trust sheet, like we do what we say we're going to do, and we did, and understanding that, quality education system raises everybody's home property values. It invests in our future. So it's a lot of convincing those 70% of people who don't have kids in our school system that this is the right way for them to spend. And I'm very, me personally, I'm very cautious when I ask voters for more tax money, like for any tax money. Like it's something we should always be very careful at what we do. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, right. I don't want to repeat things I said earlier this year too much, but for our community members, it's interesting to know that board members actually are limited in how much we can discuss matters outside of these meetings. So I try to, because it's open, I try to take advantage of these meetings to signal my thinking on issues so down the road and colleagues are surprised. And so I made a note, and I saw this on the agenda, just to reiterate that I personally continue to have substantial questions in my mind, given where we are on resources and funding, about us leaving the local option levy money on the table that other districts don't. And so I would have questions supporting a bond when we're sort of in a way choosing to prioritize that over our local option levy that could address some of these ongoing funding rather than just capital projects. And so it's not the question that needs an answer today, but I wanted to signal that I continue to have a big question mark about this bond for unlike other districts choosing not to fund operations or local option.
I totally agree. Like I don't know that I would support the idea of a bond over a levy yet. And Sure, for the students. But the way Oregon works, not where I grew up is how it works, but how it works here, you can ask voters for a capital bond to build things, stuff you can touch, schools, fix roofs, buy computers for every student, things. A levy comes basically out of the same pot, but it's how you spend on people. So we passed a $408 million bond to build 3 schools, fix all the roofs, put air conditioning in every building, but you can't buy teachers, you can't pay teachers or educational assistants or bus drivers with any of that money. So the legal restrictions we have. So if we indeed, what we do have about $280 million coming off of people's tax rolls. So people are currently paying for a bond that we passed 2 decades ago or something. And it was a very compelling, to Erica's point, how hard it was to get the bond across the finish line. It was a very compelling point, I think, that we made to voters as we advocated for this. The bond that we did pass was, we are not asking you to pay any more in taxes. We're not going to increase. We're just going to ask you to, if you don't pass it, your taxes will drop, sure. But the school needs are so great that what we'd like you to do is continue paying what you're currently paying, and these are the things we're going to do with it. And I kind of agree with Patrick. I don't know that I'm fully on board with the idea of it should be all money spent on things when we do have such a need for people. And the way we craft the ballot measure is very different depending on which one of those things we go through. I guess that's work this board can do to help prepare. But I don't know that I feel comfortable. I think if I ran again, I'd probably win, but I don't know. Maybe not. People may hate me more than I think. So I'm reluctant to pretend to decide for somebody else.
Well, and it's really going to be dependent a lot on what happens in the 25 legislative session.
Sure.
Because if enough ground is gained in our advocacy to get an adequate level of state school fund money coming our way, that might partially answer the question of local option.
Right.
Which would be nice, because otherwise, you know, we don't have another mechanism currently to fund capital projects. We kind of do to fund people, and that is adequacy at the state level, and that's where I'd love to focus our attention.
Right. So the other side of the coin is, if we didn't pass a bond, what falls into disrepair and can't be fixed and ends up costing so much more down the road? That's pretty scary too.
When we think about the 70 cents per thousand funding capacity available for actually going out for a bond, if we went out for a local option levy, can we just, I guess, swap that? And
could, but then again, you know, the things we need in terms of technology or other infrastructure things, we wouldn't be able to do.
What about if, because right now we have the $1.25 per thousand funding capacity, what if we...
What we did back in 2017, that's how we got our $408 million bond. That's no longer there.
The 70, that's coming on.
Okay. The drop will be 70 cents in 26.
What I'm taking from our question is, legally, if we went for levy instead of bond, can we expect the same $280 million? Or are the restrictions on levies different? It would be lower.
It'll be much different, because if you're levying for a capital construction bond, it's a certain, like, we could levy 70 cents per thousand and it would be the same across every property. If we tried to say, okay, we want to take that 70 cents and say we're doing a 70 cent per thousand local option levy, some people would pay that, some people would pay a portion of that, some people would pay none of that, and it would result in different amounts of money. So
it's not a one-to-one.
Not at all.
Okay.
If a 70 cent capital construction bond could get us, let's say, $300 million, a 70 cent per thousand local option levy would maybe get us $8 to $10 million a year. I mean, significant difference.
Yeah.
So, and it only lasts up to 5 years. Capital construction can be paid off over 20. I mean, there's all sorts of differences, right?
If we're asking people for...
But you can ask for more. It's just that then you're raising people's taxes.
Yep.
You're like, oh, okay, we'll do 50 cents a thousand on capital construction and 50 cents for a local option. You know, you're raising their taxes.
Yeah.
and you're gambling. So it's just, last time when we polled on doing both, the local option tanked the construction bond, which is why we didn't do it, so.
I think.
And that's not to say it happens again, but
I think there's also like, maybe we explore more on this topic.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
One thing that I just want to make sure that we don't forget is we bought a lot of stuff, and all that stuff needs to be maintained. So for us to not think that like swapping one for the other is because if you don't take care of things, they're gonna, they're not gonna live as long. So we also have to think about maintenance for all the things that we did buy, and it's a lot.
That's why we had so many roofs we had to replace.
Took a lot of notes just now, and I think it would be good for us.
Yeah.
I appreciate what you're saying, Mark. How do we set ourselves up for success, no matter who's at the table, and having all this information at your fingertips?
Thank you. Sorry, excuse me. Our next agenda item is a break. Yay. So let's take, how long? We'll take a 15-minute break. Let's be back at 10.
Gonna wait right now.
10:20?
You guys want to make your preference on the road, so you can find it.
No. I'm kidding. Hope you guys enjoyed your break. Our next agenda item is our strategic plan update with Beth and Brett.
Right, so, yes, our new strategic plan that we adopted, that you all adopted last year, and that went into effect July 1, 2023. We've now been through a full year of implementing our plan and are really excited to talk to you about kind of that year one wrap up and where we're at on all of our goals.
We say yay from first year.
And just a few slides to kind of re-ground us in some of the framework of our strategic plan. We did develop a portrait of a graduate that has four main components of empowered learners, inquisitive scholars, collaborative communicators, and community contributors. Those things we want to see all of our graduates being equipped with. And of course, our promise statement to know, value, and empower every student to achieve their dreams. I think we all really like that promise statement, so that is working well for us. And our 5 main goal areas and umbrellas: success in the early years, safe and supported learners, access and opportunity, critical thinking and problem solving, and graduating ready for career, college, and life. And so the way we've kind of organized our approach to making sure that we are adequately communicating about our plan, we have things that we're doing to outreach to the community, things we're doing in schools, and then what we call kind of our behind-the-scenes work, those administrators and other staff members here at the district office that are working to collect data, analyze that, and support our schools. So you can see the different elements there. And to put it in a bit of a different, maybe more accessible context, we have our, what we call our game board of outreach, and how we are making sure that people understand the work of our strategic plan and why we're doing the things we're doing, getting their feedback so we can incorporate that as we work to continually improve year over year. We're in many ways going out to kind of key constituent groups in our community to make sure they understand what we're working on and get their feedback. Francesca's leading a lot of that work. And if you look at the game board that we've decided to call it, we've got 3 touch points with our different PAC groups, our parent advisory committees. And again, Francesca and her team goes out and engages with them anyway on, you know, a monthly basis, but 3 times a year, there'll be a component that's specific to our strategic plan, taking time to really dive into some of those goal areas. And this year, something that we're going to try is kind of a did you know, kind of giving a little bit of a primer of information about kind of that goal area and some of the work that we're doing in that area, and then asking a question in support of that to get their feedback. So it's kind of a warm handoff between, or rather than just, okay, cold call, let's ask you 25 questions about how you feel your children are being served in our schools. Let's actually give you a little bit of information, let you sit with that for a moment, and then we'll ask you a question about your experience with that and give you an opportunity to tell us more. So we're kind of excited about utilizing that approach this year, and that is going to also be the framework of our family and community survey. The last 2 years, we've, in November-ish timeframe of each year, we've basically given parents and community members the same survey that students are answering in the spring. We're kind of asking them those same questions, those 25 questions. But this year, we're going to frame it around just 6 big questions, 5 that are directly in line with our goal areas, and then 1 overarching question just asking how their students can be better supported in our system. And we'll use that as feedback to go along with what we gather from students in the May survey.
And Beth, I would say in this specific area too, that kind of comes back to our prioritization around funding as well. When we look at our data, which we're going to share in a little bit, when we listen to our families and students around their needs, and then we also look at our focal groups and the growth or improvement that is needed, that's how we'll also come to the table to prioritize when we do our SIE planning, when we do high school success planning, when we look at our early literacy dollars in terms of that integrated guidance plan from not only last year's first cycle, but then going into year's 2 cycle to create some adjustments to our plan moving forward.
So Brooke is going to come around and pass out our year 1 accountability report that we've put together. And in the next few slides, we're just going to break down some of those key data points that you're going to see in the presentation, or in the document, sorry. So under our goal area 1, success in the early years, our performance target is 3rd grade reading. And the focal groups that were identified as most in need of support with reading at the 3rd grade level are our Hispanic and Latina OX students and our students who access special education. So what you'll notice for this is that in our baseline year of 22-23, we were 61% of students showing proficiency in reading at 3rd grade. And then for this last school year, we increased by just over 2 percentage points to 63.17%. And this is utilizing running records data, which we believe is a more accurate assessment of where students are actually at with their reading proficiency than necessarily the one-shot, once-a-year state-level 3rd grade assessment. So I'm just telling you that because if you go into the state data on ODE's website and look up 3rd grade reading, you're not going to necessarily see this exact same percentage rate. But we have decided, like I said, and we talked to the board about as we were developing this plan, that we were going to look at running records because it's a more, not only is it more kind of real-time data, but there are more data points to look at if we're utilizing that internal data source. And it's also bilingual, English and Spanish.
Is the baseline also based on the running record?
Yes, apples to apples, yep. And then Brooke's gonna take you through some of this.
When we look at each of the 5 action plans today, there's a team member that are connected to each of those that guide that work. So this specific one, you met last year, Gina McLean, I think actually it's the exact same time Audrey and Gina were sharing about the science of reading last year, and then we came back to share a little bit about the early literacy funding and what we would want to do with that moving forward. So in this reflection, it's the continuation of training, specifically in UFly, specifically looking also in some of those assessments and how do we ensure that our newest educators too are fully on board and can hit the ground running in supporting literacy. There's also a look ahead into writing now. So with that focus in specifically reading, now we're looking at how do we also best support students writing to really look at that overall literacy component. The other part of last year that we're bringing into this year as well are our data cycles. So what we do with our administrators 3 times a year at a K-12 admin meeting, which is October, January, March, we're looking at real-time data. They're able to dig into that data and then also connect with colleagues around them, not only within their feeder, but also level-like, to say, okay, let me look at my data. What are you doing? How do I modify and adjust my plans moving forward to ensure that the best success and growth possible for that year we're all looking ahead to? So some of those next steps are continuing that letters training, continuing those data cycles, and then also connecting specifically with our student focal groups, not only in a qualitative way, but also just those measurements along the year of collecting that street data.
What's UFly?
UFly is it universal? I have to look up the acronyms real quick. Oh, actually, my colleague Audrey is looking it up right now.
Can do.
Yeah.
It's the University of Florida, and it's an intervention, I can't think of the exact acronym that it means. They just call it University of Florida Literacy Intervention, and it's a way in which we help students learn the foundational skills of reading. It's been really effective, and it's a great training, especially if you've gone to letters training and then you have that, you understand the connection between the science of reading and teaching phonics.
Just a follow-up question, specifically just for like target 1, and you're talking about like what the action plan and like what happens next. Is there also a debrief of like, what did we learn, what worked and what didn't work? Like I see that focal group with the negative number on it, and how do you, what's the plan for that?
Yeah, that's a great question. So within each of these goal areas, there's also school-specific drillable data as well, and down to the student level, to then in turn drive SIP plans. And how do you at that school level look at your data and down to the focal groups and make those determinations moving forward to the following year. So we previewed some of these very same slides 2 weeks ago with our administrators, and then built out dashboards for them to be able to have those conversations, and then supported by our executive directors looking at the SIP plans to ensure that we are looking at the growth and also opportunities for growth going into this year.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering, like, what do they, like, didn't hit your target, you know, and then what is the kind of action for that specific, especially if you can drill it down to them. It's not like, you know, you didn't hit your target, but like what resources do they get, or do they learn from others about like what works for that specific target group and they can share? Is that what's happening with?
In that October, January, and March time, specifically for our elementary administrators, they are looking at their reading data. That's their kind of PLC focus on the data is this specific performance target.
I think that's something that when I think about next year, when say this is when I'm manifesting 5% increase in that local group, I would want to know, like, what did they do? Like, what changed? How did they redirect, you know, and like learn about
Their action plans, I thought.
And I think one thing, just as a reminder, the test is an apples to apples, like Monique said. It's the same test that we use. The students are a whole new group of students every time. So I think what we're also realizing as we develop strategic plans and think about our literacy, the early literacy grants that we got, the work that we need to do K2 is super important as well, and may not directly show up in action steps for third grade, but we are on the back end realizing that data starts, well, probably starts down in PK, to be perfectly honest, and birth to 5. But that data, again, is, we've got a whole new group of third graders right now that we are looking at their data from second grade. We made choices on who went to early literacy summer school because of that data to support them in, closing that summer slide or closing the opportunity gap that might exist for them. So I think that that's something that always will prove to be kind of, and it will change every year, to be honest, because it's a whole new group of students too. It's like your whole classroom is just different every year. So I think principals and teachers are really great about reflecting, and the fact that we have the literacy grant to support some of these grade level collaborations in order for them to have discussions, like for second grade to really think about what they need to do in order to continue to support the work of third grade and beyond.
I think that now, especially with this, you're collecting and like just knowledge of like what challenges for the next that we have this information to be like, oh, what did we stop doing, or what weren't we continuing to do, or something. I think in the future, all this data that we're capturing is going to be really helpful.
So I'm guessing the negative number means we didn't hit our target. Do you think that's representative of sort of the district-wide average, and we do have pockets of success with that focal group at some schools, or is this sort of representative of we pretty much didn't hit the target district-wide across most schools?
We had some pockets of success in different schools, for sure. And I think if you go to what Brooke shared on our action steps, schools that we saw more use of like YouFly in their teachers that had been trained in that saw more success. For sure, we're seeing some data that shows that, particularly in our first and second grade classrooms. I think we saw pockets of success, but overall we were up. Just that focal group is a group that we need to continue to remain. That's why it's a focal group, and we're going to continue to support in both languages too. I think that's important to acknowledge as well.
So as they become fourth and fifth graders, we're not tracking with this statistic anymore. How do we?
We still track them with the running records and statistics with them. It's just not a goal in our strategic plan, but we are still working with them, which if you go back to those grade level collaborations, like we do those for fourth grade, we do those for fifth grade, we do those for sixth grade too. So we're still looking at that data. And in our literacy summer school, we even had some fourth graders attend, and we had some fifth graders attend that we knew had some areas that we needed to support.
Teacher plan team done research around third grade literacy to write it down to that one rather than show it every year. That was a real challenge for me when we were like, what we show publicly for our strategic plan. I know as a bilingual educator that students may not learn to read till fifth grade, especially English, if they're transferring skills from a first language. So third grade is rough, but I think it's still a valid point for us to hold ourselves accountable for.
It's a point in time.
Turnstile. Kids are going through the turnstile every year, but we're trying to make sure that more of them are up at that proficiency level because of the work done in the early years. And
very predictive of success if the kid can read it by third.
In 2021. So third graders would have started kindergarten when they normally would have expected to, or was that, and would they be the kindergarten class affected by the pandemic?
Would be, I have this.
Right.
I do my slide in the spring, and I built it back, and I think there are last group of children that were significantly impacted
So
by
they would
the
have,
pandemic.
a third grader last year would have probably started kindergarten online in the 2021-2022 school year.
My years blur together in the COVID years. I can look.
But that's also like just a good data point for us is like we're doing all this catch-up learning, and we can see.
Yeah.
right. So our next performance target is around regular attendance. Similarly, for this data point, we are also using our internal attendance tracking data. here. So there might be, it'll be a little closer to the state data than perhaps what we do with running records in the third grade state assessment, because it is, we're both tracking the same thing. It's just that ODE has different ways of calculating cohorts and different things of students. This is very particular to our internal data around attendance. You'll see that our identified focal groups had some really great growth, especially our Native American, Alaska Native students. Their attendance was much higher in this last school year, which is great. And we're making progress toward our 4-year goal of being up at 80%, which still, you know, isn't quite where we want to be, but we're not alone in our struggle for regular attendance. It is a nationwide issue that we're trying to address. And Brooke can take you through some of the action plan reflection on this one.
Large moves in the focal group more achievable because they're a smaller percentage of our student body.
Probably, yeah.
So in this one, I think an importance, again, is that focus on school-specific data and the connection of analyzing that data and having those conversations of what's working amongst buildings and colleagues. The piece around the collaboration with the Oregon Learning Cohort, that just started in the spring of last year and will continue moving forward into this school year as well. That is made up of some of our building principals as well as district office teammates looking at how do we just continue either the good work that we're doing in attendance or learning from other school districts around us on how we can improve our messaging of attendance, systems around attendance, because we know that there's growth, but again, we need to do better in this attendance work. So learning amongst each other in that area. So that will continue going into this year. Our hope is that we will continue to see that connection to attendance growth. I think we've talked about how attendance really weaves also into many different things. We know that students that are in career and college pathways have a higher rate of attendance. We know that when students feel like a sense of belonging at school, of course, we're going to see a higher connection to attendance. So that really is a through line in a lot of our other goals as well. So that importance around how do we ensure that students and families feel connected to their school. Also, then in turn, we hope that attendance growth continues.
We'll come in on the last slide before that. I think one of the most important equity responsibilities that we have is to look at gap closure. So you see that the overall average in attendance is at 2.17 percentage points.
Thank you.
That is a celebration for us, and we should give it a click. But if you see that focal groups went up 17 and 4.5 respectively, I mean, that's a percentage point gain being made there is a gap closure between the line of all students that's improving attendance and students who have traditionally been underserved. That is the double click celebration, just like we saw with students accessing special education in the third grade literacy group. The gap closure there was 2.7 versus 2.2 for all students. And those are things that I think as leaders we should be the most proud of. Looking at this data, making it publicly available, and then noticing when gap closure. That's how we meet our target of having students regardless of identity circles or high levels. Thank you, sorry.
And that's also a lot of work of Fran and the work that she's doing in ensuring that there are connection times in our district for families and students and that sense of belonging at a district level. And then also the work of our buildings and family engagement and how we can connect to families in new different ways. So I do think when we see those increases, it's also, again, the attendance can be connected to so many different ways of the work that we're doing collectively to support students and families. Yeah, it is actually, I think we have it on our.
Well, I think, you can tell me if I'm talking out of turn, I think what we are showcasing here is actual is actual attendance. It's not the weird state level, like, who's not chronically absent.
Oh.
Yeah. No, so I think this is an actual account of daily attendance, as opposed to who's achieving a 90% and who's not achieving a 90% attendance rate, because that's what the state measures, which is super confusing, because they went to a chronically absent definition.
Contradict you, but on the back page.
That's just like, it's on the.
Regular attenders. Really not chronically absent.
Well, okay, then these are the ones who are 90% or above then.
It's like I said,
How many kids are 90% or above?
we tried to make footnotes along the way as well, of just some of these definitions in case also, as this goes out publicly, that we could anchor to those collective definitions as well. So you'll see in the footnotes and then also on the back some of those pieces.
So I was curious, but this is, last time we ever asked, so, how, is this unexcused absence, like, just counting illnesses, things like that, is part of the absence?
It counts any absence from school. So it's, yeah, because excused or unexcused, you're not at school.
Count extracurricular, like, for sports?
For those ones, I think those get indicated as a sports trip, and I don't believe affect their attendance rate, because it's, yeah. So it's, I would say it's vacation, illness, those, yeah. We code things like sports, as a sports
Field
event,
trip.
like a field trip. So, and those don't count because they're school related, yeah.
Okay, that's good to have a perspective on what's involved in that. And so then, is it just, I assume it's just total coincidence that the overall average of 1 and 2 are exactly the same percentage-wise?
Yes, I asked about
Yes, yeah, Patrick, because we felt, yeah, it is.
Yeah, like, it seems like we made an error in our capture.
Okay, and then finally, I assume part of the reason, in addition to the great efforts, that the percentage is so large for the first focal group of performance target 2 is that the base number falling into that category is probably relatively small. So if we know what the base number is,
No, but I could look it up and get back to you. Yeah, we could look up on one of our dashboards and.
It feels like targeted outreach to 3 students who attend more frequently could really move that number quite a bit.
We were intentional when we chose those because we debated, is that impacting so few students that we shouldn't be putting resource toward it, and our answer was the opposite. Students who have been traditionally underserved in this category and who are not going to school need our support, and we would hope to make huge quick. We also reserve the right to switch focal groups when the group is actually have over 100 students who qualify as Title VI.
0.6% of our students.
Qualified as Indigenous American Alaska Native. Whereas 10 years ago, we had 40 or 50. We had more than double in our Title VI program, which is also a high point. So students were in our system, but not registered.
It's tricky is we have just as many, if not more, that identify that way in Synergy, but do not have do not have affiliation with tribal, so their accounting in this isn't the same, so they may do it in Synergy, where they self-identify, but they don't have tribal affiliation, so they wouldn't be in this exact number.
Because they're only recognized tribes. Right.
It could be, it could also be that their lineage has been so passed down that, that they are either not recognized or they don't have, a lineage to which exact tribe they were affiliated with.
They would also be invited to go to our power. Affiliation Act with our services.
You just shared 0.6% of our.
117 students last year anyway, 0.6% of our student body. All right. So our next focal area, extracurricular participation. And this is one that we added that we feel like is really important, to Brooke's point a moment ago about one of those things that really gets kids excited to come to school is when they feel connected and when they feel like there's a purpose for them being there. And a lot of times that really feeling of belonging and purpose comes through those extracurricular opportunities that they involve themselves in. So through the work of Ryan Petrick and others throughout our system, really working hard to connect students to various opportunities. And we saw a nice increase of over 5 percentage points overall in the number of students who are accessing extracurricular opportunities. And we also saw growth in both of our target focal groups, Hispanic, Latina, OX, and those identifying as female.
So in this one, I think a big piece of it is those community partnerships. How do we continue, though, to sustain the growth that we're seeing is that next step question. So as resources and funding get tighter, how do we connect with our community in a different way that we can sustain some of the good work that's happening and that growth that we're seeing? That is a look ahead for this year and the work of Ryan to pull together not only school leaders, but also the continued conversations with community partners and how can you come alongside us? Here's our growth and data. Let's look at our focal groups and the growth that we're seeing there. And how do we collectively come together to support our students? Because we also know that after school support is a benefit, of course, to students, but it's also support to families as they are potentially working till 5, 6, 7 at night. So it is this partnership hand in hand of ensuring that we're supporting students and having them have awesome opportunities after school, but then also allowing our workforce to have that time to continue to work a full day into later evening hours. So in that, how do we work together to continue to make those things happen? Ben?
Up there. Go back one, I guess. Like this is evidence that we are refilling our extracurricular pipeline after the severe drop in the pandemic. 2019 was a long time ago. We probably tracked things differently. Would we guess that 45.6 in 2019, was that number probably higher?
I don't know if we were tracking it the same way in 2019. I think that how we started tracking this data looks different now. So I don't know if there's a way that we could extract the 2019 and come up with something that would be relevant.
We hear from athletics programs, arts programs, everyone, how much their participation decreased in the pandemic. And say many, many times in this realm how important it is for us to try to refill those pipelines. I'm super glad to see we're working hard on it.
Specifically in that K-8 focus, I think, and the big growth there is the choice funds that we are able then to give our buildings to make decisions on that elementary and middle school support. Yeah.
Ben, you had a question?
No, I just kind of wanted to actually share a little bit of my experience with this because I became like the captain of the cross-country team when I was a sophomore, and what we kind of saw is when the middle school program closed for cross-country, like the amount of freshmen that have joined the team is like so low. Like Century literally has 100 kids, I think, and last year we only had 7 girls on the cross-country team, and that was like so insane. This year we've gotten it up more to like 14, but there's only like 1 freshman girl who's decided to join this year, and it's really impacted because like we don't have that program with middle school, and I think that's really where kids decide like what they're gonna do in high school is from middle school, and they decide like where they feel confident in, and usually like activities in middle school I think really impact like what happens in high school. So I think it's really good that you guys are deciding to like focus like trying to improve involvement in middle school and elementary school because it really impacts what happens in high school. So I think that's interesting.
I also had just a question on this because I think, or a comment. I think it was Brian that came and talked to us about the fees and doing that, and I think that's one thing that I wanted to, like, I don't know, like, later as we look at the goals, to correlate, like, when we had this change in our operations and how we're having access to this and how that impacts.
Yeah. Yes, we just met last week on this with Ryan, Leading Saturday, Beth, myself, and Ryan to talk about, okay, with that fee change structure, what are the gaps, analysis of that, and how did then we go to advocate with community partners on filling that need and that support, looking at the fee structure as well. So I think Beth and Ryan have kind of started doing some initial planning on that so that we can predict that and then kind of figure out how to best fill that gap and be proactive in communication around it.
All right, now we're gonna start focusing on high school stuff. So 9th grade on track, and here we have provided you both with ODE's calculation of 9th grade on track and our own internal calculation of 9th grade on track. And what the difference is there is that ODE counts 9th grade on track as any freshman who has completed 6 credits in their freshman year, regardless of what type of class that is, just 6 credits because 24 are required to graduate. So, but our HSD calculation, we focus on are at least 3.5 of those 6 credits in core classes because, you know, we feel like that's an important predictor of how close are you actually to meeting your graduation requirements. So you'll see those 2 different calculations there, and interestingly enough, we saw an increase in our HSD calculation from the prior year and a slight decrease in the ODE calculation from the prior year. And similarly, we saw those kind of reactions in our focal group. I think Brooke, again, can provide some additional context there.
So specifically in this one, we've been working with a team that comes and helps coach our grade level school, high schools. And in that, when we look at the valuable lessons learned, that specifically when we bring people together at the district level, this year it's a little bit more of a push-in of going out to each high school and side-by-side coaching with that contracted team on supporting the team lead and then also the administrator of those conversations around on track. And then also using a similar meeting tool across our schools to be able to collect information and data to then come back to the district level and talk about, okay, how is that team meeting going? What's working well, what's not, and how do we look at that during the school year of what teams are talking about, what they're bringing forth into those meetings, and supporting students moving forward. I would also say on that ODE calculation versus HSD calculation, in that ODE calculation, that also, right, takes into account a wondering about how students are doing in electives. So when we're looking at the HSD calculation, that focus in specifically core, how do we also bring that forth in specifically our high school conversations of how students are performing not only in core but also elective, and how do we course correct in how students are doing, just kind of that overall student experience, as we have so much focused in that core work in the past year. So let's really take a deep dive in looking at how students are performing in elective, and from middle school to high school, what was that trend as well? How were students doing in their elective classes in middle school, and how does that then come forward in their 9th grade year? So I just wanted to make that connection too, and that the team has recognized that here and having that conversation in their on-track work as well.
And I was going to ask, thinking about a long time when you were a student, if you're behind as you get, to junior, senior year, is it easier to make up an elective than it is to make up a core class? How, I know that you're looking at the 2 different, what's already is a core class at the beginning versus what ODE is saying is just 6 of, anything. Mm-hmm. So when I feel if, this narrative might be like, oh, well, you know, Hillsboro's ninth grade on track is down, but to us, if we're focusing on the core, it's up.
Right.
But I guess I'm just wondering if it's like, the reason why we're focusing on that, is it because it's harder to make it up later?
I think it depends. I mean, but I think that's something that this year we need. This hasn't happened before, too. This is a new kind of thing for us to look at, is that ODE and HSD not trending up together. So I think those are questions for the team to also discuss and kind of problem solve, because this was kind of a new thing for us to kind of go, huh, that's interesting, and why, and how do we then course correct from that? So those are my initial thoughts on that. Do you have anything, Andrea?
I think if you really think about what we have been focused on, it is achieving core. So I can see where exactly what Brooke is saying. Analyzing where it was, what happened, and that sort of thing would be important. But coming out of the pandemic, we have focused on the core at high school, because we know that that's so essential for graduation. And in certain courses where you have to take a 4-year sequence, you don't want to miss any of those credits so that you can make sure that you're on track to graduate. And we also know we need to kind of dive into what the electives are showing us and telling us that freshman year in particular. So it was
It really was.
It's the first time where we've, and I think we've always, though, I think I would still acknowledge, we've always been proud that our HSD, on track work has been a higher standard in terms of the core, because we think that is important. And we do see that as an overall marker for our graduation rate and a better correlation for us at the end, too, after the 4 years. I mean, this is just the freshman time, but we also know at the 4-year mark, it's going to make a difference for us in the core credits, for sure.
So if a freshman completes the year with 4 credits and they're all in core, is that considered a success statistic for Hillsboro, but not for ODE because they didn't do 6?
Say that again.
You still need 6 for our calculation. It's just that 3.5 of the 6 have to be in core. We still do a 6-credit calculation, but it's only a success if 3.5 of those are in core.
We have freshmen taking 6 credits, 2 of which are core? Like, we allow people to put that schedule together?
No, they're taking 8 credits over the course of the year, and the goal is that they have 6 credits total to be on track by the end of the year, no matter what. Many kids have more.
And ODE says did worse this year than last year in that regard.
ODE says we did.
If fewer students achieve
6 credits total.
6 credits than we did the year before.
Yes, but.
We're saying, yeah, we did though.
But we had students pass more in core versus their electives because of the way ODE calculates it.
But if it's 6 or 6, right, if you need 6 for both.
Keep in mind too that in ODE's calculation, we as a district are responsible for, in ODE's view, more kids that are actually than are enrolled in our schools. There are other students that are kind of assigned to our district that aren't in our schools, whereas we are looking at kids that are actually enrolled. So adjudicated youth or students that are in other placements, right, are still students that are assigned to our district. So sometimes that results in the discrepancy, especially when we look at some of the elementary and middle school calculations, like City View Charter School, for example. Like, we don't track those students' achievement, but yet, and for 3rd grade reading, they're in our school, right?
So
stuff like that.
City View doesn't have a high school program, right? So it would be ninth grade on track at City View.
No, but I'm just saying, it's just one thing to keep in mind as we look at various data points.
It just feels, it's an anomaly. Let's figure out what the heck happened. But also, it feels very weird anomaly that ODE says they didn't get 6 credits. We say they got 6 credits and 3.5 were in core.
But you still need to look at the fact that they said 87.5% of our students are on track, right? So, and we went from 77 to 79. I mean, that's still a subset of 87%. It's just that more, in that year time span, more of our students were completing those core credits in addition, you know, within their 6.
Everybody look at the back page. Page 6, if you look at 4C with the asterisk, then 4C without the asterisk, you see that although the calculation went down from 88.9 to 87.51, and the HSC calculation went up from 77 to 79.57, the sheer number of kids who are getting the easier version of 6 credits is still higher than the sheer number of kids who got the 6 credits with the 3.5 in core. So while it seems like those two data points are going backwards against each other in a way that's not statistically, I think it is because we still had the kids who got the elective heavy 6 credits, the greater number. Does that make sense?
So they're,
a greater number of kids
so they took 8 credits, they passed band and failed algebra.
Yeah. So we want to see our number continue to go up. We also want the ODE number to continue to go up. I think I was understanding what you were questioning even the possibility of that being true.
What we have them is taking, they're not successfully completing core classes.
They achieved the easier ODE. 79.57 achieved it.
More students are passing algebra, but slightly fewer students, you know, are passing 6 credits of any kind, compared to
band. Actually, you asked a question because those two, even the way we have the arrow represented, one train's going one way and one train's going the other. And so what we need to do is highlight the HSC number and just acknowledge the ODE number. Because when we see stuff come out from the state on our report card, they're going to be showing ODE numbers. But it's good that we
And it does feel like failing algebra is harder to catch up than failing band.
I think our credit recovery programs are not for kids trying to pass art, trying to pass algebra. That was a good math one. I like it.
All right. So to 4-year graduation. So as you may recall, any given year's graduating class, we don't get grad rates until the following January. And for that reason, these next 2 goals, the baseline year is focusing on the 21-22 school year as the baseline, and then the 22-23 school year as kind of the year 1 data, just so we would actually have data to share with you. You'll see here, though, when we talk about focal groups, that we didn't want to just say we don't have any comparative data to show you. So we're in this one, this is a little different because in the other focal areas, you saw the percentage point difference. So a percentage point is the difference between 2 percentages. Here you have the actual attainment rate. You have the percentage rate of these focal groups, their attainment of graduation, right? So as of next year, we'll be able to show you the percentage point increase or decrease for those, okay? So we've been hovering just over 86% on-time 4-year graduation rate for the last couple of years. And again, in late January, we'll know what our class of 2024 graduation rate on time will be. Of course, we have an overall goal of 88.8 by the time we get past the 25-26 school year into the last year of our strategic plan.
You know, like in January, is there a way, like, I'm just thinking in the future also as we share this and communicate that we want to share this out, of course, like at this time, but we don't have the data until January. Is there somewhere that we can say, you know, go to our website in January, we'll populate and see, like, I would like to see in January that point.
Yeah, and we'll be able to do that for you when we bring you the grad rates, and we do have the footnote documents or footnotes in the document that people can see there that explain the fact that we need to wait for this data.
Can I ask a question? I was agonizing about this too. when you see this, you see like a watermark across here that says, please stay tuned, so it doesn't, did it hit you like this was?
Official, instead of like,
Yeah.
something that makes this, even this one and the one below, that both of these are not like the final, because for the other one, we have like words, but we need to, they're tentative, but I still want to share it with people.
Yeah.
But we don't want them to think that.
They're not, it's not tentative data, it's actual data, it's just that it's from the year prior.
We can get running record on all of them, but the lagging.
I'll be able to go to January and see the actual for this year.
I appreciate that, because when I read this was the disappointing part, because I have to wait.
I know.
Do we have I'm sure we have the focal group graduation rates for the class of 2022. Is there a reason we didn't?
Well, the reason and this is something we went back and forth on, is because that was so far before when we started this new strategic plan, that we didn't feel like it would be a good representation of the progress of our work toward the strategic plan, because it fell so far outside, which is why we felt like if we could appropriately note it, which we tried to do in our document, that then we could do it as we move forward and accurately reflect, okay, because we became aware and chose our focal groups based on this data, and then that's what the focus of our work was, now in future years, we'll be able to show you the impact of that work.
I think that's the only thing for me, having heard that makes complete sense, but for me, if I was just a general member of the public, I would look at this and say, well, they put the baseline year of class of 2022, but they didn't include that in the focal group calculation. So then, are we hiding bad data? And I would imagine this year would be the only year that there would be that type of a discrepancy, because in future years, we would track that difference even in the focal group.
Yeah, it's all going to look like the other ones look.
Right. But that would be just looking at it for the first time without hearing that narrative. I think that's where my mind would go, is are we trying to hide bad data? Simply because, for all the other focal groups, we're doing that difference over the year, just not for the class of 2022, which we do use the baseline year for that and calculate the decrease.
Because we've been responsible for grad rate for all the time.
Yep.
So to actually show the overall grad rate and the difference makes total sense. It's just that we hadn't even identified those focal groups and started working on them until this past year.
That's great feedback, though. We want transparency to translate to like honesty and an impression that we're being accountable. We don't want to have the impression that we're hiding something.
Is that a footnote we could maybe add, of saying focal groups were not even identified in 2022, therefore not included in the calculation? Or I don't know, that could maybe be a narrative that we share with the general public as we're having conversations with folks, but.
Well, to your point, I think it's the only year we're gonna have this issue.
Right.
So, systemic changes might not be necessary, but to your question, it did not scream watermark.
I was worried about, I was thinking we could just gray out or tone down the section, put a mark across, it's coming in January. It's so bright and vibrant.
It didn't scream that to me. It was just clearly something different's going on, but I can't put my finger on it.
Reminder too, the 5-year grad rate, we're still a year and a half.
All right.
Into when the strategic plan started and that data being affected by that. So we're still, with the 5-year, we're still a year and a half.
I think that's the biggest thing, is that we should not go, our strategic plan efforts and the things that we're measuring are as of the baseline of the years that we're saying here, but it's just an awkward.
5-year probably will be next year too.
Speaking of 5-year, A 5-year completion.
We're already looking ahead on our sheet.
You looked ahead. So we do really great on our 5-year completion. I think that's long been a point of pride in our district, is just how hard we work to get students across the finish line, even if it takes them a little bit longer than exactly 4 years to complete high school. So we're already well on our way to our overall goal of 93% of students completing within 5 years. So I think we should all take a lot of pride in that. Again, we've tried to be as explicit as possible without making a multi-page document to explain our thinking and what we're actually showing folks here. So, and keeping in mind that 5-year completion is, you know, in this case, it was the class of 22, but they completed in 23, right? That's the data we have, and to compare them with the class of 23 that completed in 24. And since these are so closely related, we have one slide to talk about reflections around graduation and completion.
I'll just say one thing, because I know we're kind of getting over time, but the thing I would share is that I think our collective efforts also around the Pathway Center and helping to support students up until 21 is also paying off in that 5-year data that we're seeing. So I know that has been something longstanding that we are focused on. I think that component of adding Pathway Center and the connection and the resources that provides to our schools up until that 21-year support is what's paying off too in the data. In the next slide, which is celebrations and opportunities, so I'm just going to do a quick. So out of those 5 big goals, there's 20 sub-goals, and that's what you have been referencing on the back of the document, all of where we're at for those 20 sub-goals. So just real quick, we're up in 12 of those sub-goals. We have opportunities for growth in 4 of those areas. We've talked a little bit about how in January we need to wait for our new graduation and our 5th-year completed data, so those are not yet part of the 20 sub-goal celebration or refinement yet. And then 2 of our goals, that the 4th grade SEL data point and then our career-related learning experience data point, those are new on the report. So we have yet to say if we're up and down or down in those areas. So that's just kind of a cursory, some talking points that you could refer to the back of it and celebrate 12 that are up and 4 that we know we need to continue to work on. I think Beth's going to take us through next steps of just this year and what to expect from Beth and I when we come to present to you at some of our board meetings.
So I just want to also take a quick step back, and I think Travis kind of spoke to this, but the fact that this strategic plan and this reporting mechanism, this is like the highest level of focus and attention and transparency around specific data points that we have ever had. So, I mean, it's not surprising that we've had questions, and we really want to try to understand it and get it right, because it's really new for us to be communicating this transparently about so many different data points. So, I mean, I think that's really something that we should be proud of, because, and it's hard, right? It's when you're dealing with humans and not building widgets, you know, there are so many factors involved. So it can be really, you know, take a lot of courage to be so forthcoming with data. But this is going to be used, as Brooke has mentioned, to inform individual schools' strategic or school-based improvement plans and how they work with their staff and students to increase performance. We'll have 3 data summits with our principals this year like we did last year. We're going to, again, have our annual student survey and focus groups, and we will again come to you in October and February with mid-year updates on our work, and then of course at this time next year we'll be able to share our year 2 results with you.
I'm so glad to see our work on the 5-year completion rate continues to be so successful. Makes such a substantial difference in a student's learning potential as long as they get that degree even if it took more than 3 years. I know that, Dale was often the voice of that in this room, and it's great to see that it's a systemic thing that we care about, and with her gone, that archival knowledge didn't disappear. It's often say, we can't rely, I love the fact that we only hire rock stars and superheroes, but we can't systemically rely on that. So it's great to see that, the systems are in place for us to continue that work.
I am super, just from the time that we started on the board to like now, I am so proud and like, I want to take this on the road, like just show all this whole force and what is possible. I think we are setting ourselves up really well for that conversation around accountability with the state. So we're asking for not just the bare minimum, but like, what do we need to deliver on all these things? We can point to exact focus groups or data and how we're having these, we already have measures of accountability in our district. I think that's really good when we have those conversations and trying to advocate that we can point to us as being transparent with our numbers. And I see so much like on the accountability side, we're going to keep getting that kind of drilled down from the state level, also from, leadership and us. And I would also advocate for us to have celebrations for our administrators, for our staff that hit these goals, and that how are we building that celebratory part? Because it's 5 years and it goes really fast, and oftentimes we're like, okay, next goal, but like making sure that we're intentional about recognizing and so.
In echoing with what Erica is sharing, I think not only is there the celebration of the actual kind of mile markers that we've hit over the last year, I think that data is only as good as how we're able to share it and interpret it and then be able to share it and do that kind of that storytelling piece. And so along the lines of just upping the level of transparency, I feel like with this strategic planning process, we've also delivered a certain level of excellence that I think we should really be proud of. And so even seeing a document like this that's put together in a way that just reads so beautifully, I think is something that is really exciting. So I want to congratulate Beth, your team, really everyone here, because I think it's phenomenal. Not only is the data telling, the way we're able to share that data, to Erica's point of saying, hey, we can actually point to something concrete, I think is amazing. So
it's digestible. It's not 20 pages.
I know. Yeah.
So, do you guys know where these are going to be available for the general public? Like, where are you guys going to place these? I was just wondering.
We'll have it on our website. Yeah, but not until after today, because we had to share it with our board first. But yeah, in the strategic plan area of our website, you'll be able to access this report. And then we can certainly print. We have some printed copies in the communications department, and we can distribute hard copies wherever we need to.
I wonder if there's a version of this in hot news,
I'll link to it for sure.
I know we partner.
Look inside.
Yeah, and sometimes I think we partner with the Hillsboro, their newsletter, that they could say, have you checked out HSD goals? That would be awesome.
Yeah.
For the people, the 70% that don't have kids.
Yeah.
And every survey, at least in the last 20 years, have said, every time Hillsboro polls its residents, they say education is number 1 or 2 concern they have, and yet the city council really doesn't have a lot of influence over that. It's working with us, so their constituents are.
Accountability, so you throw that somewhere. Yes, check out our accountability report.
Yeah. It would be nice to have some hard copies in the office.
Each school.
Oh,
Yeah.
Perfect, good, because I saw the 2020 or 2035,
Oh, yeah.
That's my school. Good.
Yeah, we can certainly send 10 each English, Spanish to each school and then see how they do and replenish when needed. We do that with a lot of our stuff, so.
Thank you, everyone.
Conversation.
Yeah.
Deep level conversation, and it's the work we should do.
Yeah.
How exciting. I will try to catch us up a little bit on time because I think we're a scotch behind, and just kind of, after talking about the strategic plan, just talk about our focus areas in school improvement planning, which directly tie to the strategic plan. So try to make this quick. If you actually go to the next slide, that's perfect. I think just as a reminder, in the building of our strategic plan, this goes around with Lauren, I really feel like we did an amazing job of building a plan that also connected to schools in a more meaningful way. Sometimes the strategic plan felt nebulous to schools in some capacity because it was like this big overarching, and I think as we've moved to more transparency, more specificity around it, I think it's really helped our schools make a connection to it in a more deep and meaningful way. So as we talked about, I think I showed this very similar slide last year. We have our district strategic plan, and then each year based on feedback, input, the data that we see, the data that we review in the data cycles, all of those pieces help us determine level focus areas where at each grade level, elementary, middle, and high school, we have some areas where we're a little bit more targeted in our focus of PD or instructional support or different levels of PLC work that needs to happen. So that creates our level focus areas and helps us also know that there are a lot of great ideas out in education. We as a team can't do every single great idea, but we can be really focused in our ideas because I think that's also what impacts data. If we spread too thin, nothing gets done well, right? So really being able to build off of the strategic plan and then build into our focus area help us achieve those goals. We were really targeted in literacy and we saw some success. We're hoping to see more next year as we go into that. And then from those focus areas, our schools build their school improvement goals. So if you pop to the next slide, I don't know who has the clicker. I'm real appreciative of whoever's clicking. Thank you. The next slide shows our focus areas, and you're going to notice something. It's very similar to last year's. The writing in yellow are the only components that have changed as we go into this year. Oregon T-cell switched. It was CASEL or CEL last year is what we had in that box because Oregon adopted the T-cell standards for us. We are going to be really focused on that and just kind of changing the nuance of that language, but still working with our integration and focused CASEL work and T-cell work. So
T-cell being transformational social emotional learning.
Yes, thank you, Beth. I know the acronyms, the joy of in core, you're going to notice core looks pretty similar. We always had reading, math, and writing up there, but we did switch the order. It's a tiny nuance. We are going to have a little bit more emphasis on writing and math as we move into elementary this next year. We have a math adoption coming, and we also see the need to continue our work on reading, but also just fold in a little bit more writing because we see that from our data as well in terms of success for our students. In middle school, the little nuance change is just a little bit more focused on standard-based instruction and doing some work through PLC work to really get students learning grade level standards at the middle school level. We're really focusing on that. Our high school work has not changed in the core, really working on equitable grading practices, course outcomes, and rubrics, and continuing with on-track systems. We report to you on track for 9th grade. We also have 10th graders, 11th graders, and 12th graders we want to make sure are on track, and so continuing those systems at the high school level. In the language category, again, that stays as a focus area because we serve students that are language learners and in multiple languages as well. But really just anchoring, we were doing a lot of work on scaffolds next year, or this coming year. We are really working more on structured scaffolds, being a little more deliberate and specific about what those scaffolds should be in the classroom versus an overarching theme of scaffolds. Continuing the work on student discourse at the elementary level. We did not have that there as focused last year, and we're going to continue to do that work, but a little bit more emphasis working on getting students talking at the elementary school and continuing that discourse at the middle school and high school. We need kids to talk, discourse, engage in dialogue, all of those pieces to really hone in on. So just nothing hugely changing because our strategic plan is not changing. We're still focused, and we really hope to see these pieces just helping us be more successful in our goal. Pop to the next slide. I did not show you this last year, and I thought it might be good. Is there a way for somebody to click on that image and pop it out? I'm sorry. That's Jordan doing that. Thank you. Oh, no, that's
Oh, I got that same thing.
awkward. What?
Let Jordan share.
We don't let Jordan share documents.
Apparently.
I'm sorry. How about if I just talk about it briefly? And then I'll make sure that we're a little bit behind. I really wanted to just share with you our school improvement plan template that we created for schools last year really was based on the strategic plan, and it was about bringing a team of people together and then really focusing in on just what the strategic plan had as focal groups, what the goals of the strategic plan were, and our schools are really taking those 20 different metrics and really looking at their own data and really structuring their school improvement plans around it. If we were able to click on this, you can see how they develop goals that they have to indicate what area of the strategic plan are you focused on. Is there a focal group within your school that you need to be targeting? What are the action steps that you're going to be doing? How is equity layered into that work, as well as the component of family engagement that it occurs in there as well? We ask our schools to do 3 to 5 goals per school, so I think just really keeping them focused on the work and keeping them, keeping the noise out. If they can focus on what's in their school improvement plan, that's really good, what's going to support our strategic plan. And I will
drill down on the data.
and they get to, to do this. So it is possible. I think it's possible if you're a school, your focal groups might be slightly different than the district focal groups because you have a different population that you're serving in your school. So it allows them to make sure that they are really truly serving students that are experiencing houselessness. Maybe that is a large, a portion in their school that they really need to be attuned to. So they have time to drill down into their data. So I will fix the sharing adjustments so that you can see it. But again, it's a great template, I think, that really helps schools build their work and guide them throughout the year versus building a plan and not really interacting as much as they need.
Last year?
It was the first year they did it last year, and so I thought I would just share. They're going into this year building the same similar template, and like the strategic plan, some of their school improvement plans are staying very similar. There's some pieces where they're making little nuances or they're changing their action steps, realizing they need to shift something because something else might work better for that.
So they get to do a loop back to see what they decided on last year.
Yep. They keep it and they look and they say, okay, what do I want to keep? What needs to be modified? We tell them, a good plan, you shouldn't overhaul your entire plan in 1 year, right? There should be modifications if you've built it based on the data that your school has. So just wanted to let you know, and again, apologies for the sharing setting.
Thank you, Andrea.
Yeah.
In the interest of time, and to be mindful our guests will be joining us in the next 7 minutes, we are going to move the agenda item that's the school-based health expansion report to a future agenda.
The only thing is that there's a tour on the 27th of August that you kind of need to know about. So, I don't know if I can just tell you in 30 seconds. Basically, because of a question that Erica asked me 5 years ago and the charge to look into school-based health expansion, we have gotten 2 grants that have garnered our district $749,000 in the last 5 years, and we're on the brink of opening a new mobile school-based health center at Hill High, and we invite you to come check it out on the 27th. Between 9:30 and 10:30. I'm sorry, the slide says 10 and 11, but 9:30 and 10:30. So we can talk more at a future meeting.
Someone send us a calendar invite?
I will. I was all excited to build up to it and do the thing. So now, yes, we can just send you a calendar invite.
We'll go ahead and the next item is the new SB3, new Oregon diploma requirements, and
now, try to do in less than 5. How about that? We'll go to the next slide. I just want the team to be aware that we're on it. That's what I want you to know. Some of you that joined the OSBA meeting that was just this past end of the week probably also saw some of this. You're also going to see me report a look ahead on Division 22 in October. But I just want to let you know, Audrey already talked a little bit about our T-cell focus. So that's one of the areas of our district curriculum focus that we'll be reporting on at our next Division 22 in October of 2025. But we are working on that implementation We have in the past, in an infusion of morning meeting and advisory, a lot of that work is tied to social emotional learning through the curriculums of Harmony Cell, through Character Strong, and through the Oregon Employability Skills Framework. So that still rings true. Just that continuation of the implementation will be a focus, and as you just saw in Audrey's presentation. The other component is 2.5 credits. So the curriculum around personal finance and then curriculum around career path skills. So for many years, decades, we've had the 0.5 career credit embedded on all of our high school transcripts. So for that specific one, we're good. For personal finance, the 0.5 will, again, would be called out on the transcript. I just was in a webinar yesterday evening about Senate Bill 3, and their course codes have been done. Recommendations for curriculum are to come. They're working on them right now this summer. So our team this year will be looking at how to best deliver personal finance to that class of 2027. That's their grad requirements in those two curriculum areas. So that will show up on their transcripts for that class. We will be just actually tomorrow, we're meeting with high school principals to start the conversation of how would this work best, the personal finance component, how would that work best in your high school? Ask for feedback and start building that plan. So we'll continue to bring information to you on that, but I just want to let you know in all of those areas we're on it. We'll be in compliance when I report in October 2025, but that was just a little look ahead of what's to come. Done. Any questions?
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
We're going to give. Since my 30 seconds was so titillating, I'm going to give you 5 minutes, a little bit more information in 5 minutes. So can I direct?
I'm going to step out into the hallway and wait for the administrators to get here. So,
great.
Can affect me when they're all here, so I think you can go ahead.
Okay, let's do it. We can speed through this, but and you guys can read this on your own too. I think I provided quite a bit of verbiage in the slides so that you can glean the important information. But we opened the one brick-and-mortar school-based health center that we have on Century High School's campus. We opened in March of 2013, so that was 11 years ago, and it's going really well. And back in 2019 at our board retreat, I believe it was Erica, perhaps in concert with some of your fellow board members, but you said, I really want the district to look into what it would take to add a second school-based health center in our district. And so I kind of was the staff member assigned to work on that project and got right to work, hired Lacey Beatty, who was previously the one who oversaw all of Virginia Garcia's school-based health centers, currently is the mayor of Beaverton, but she still works with me on this issue. And together we successfully applied for and received state-level grant there in 2019. We did explore at that time the possibility of a mobile school-based health center because knowing that the block funding at the federal level, the $500,000 block grant that we got that allowed us to do the brick and mortar we have was no longer available. So we thought, what's cost-effective? What can we really use? And we thought, how about mobile? But state law didn't allow that at the time. So that first grant that we got, we went ahead and switched our focus to expanding school nursing access within our schools. And we've been a part of that grant since 2019-2020, which has been great. As an interesting aside, because we were part of that grant program, we were also allowed to write a proposal for, and we were granted $200,000 that allowed us to get some extra contact tracing staff when we were really heavy in the midst of the pandemic. So that was another great outcome for our district, got us some good money there. The school nurse pilot program work that we've done is the whole reason that we were able to create a job description for and hire our new nurse supervisor, Jeanette Farrell, and that has been a game changer for our group of RNs and LPNs and medical assistants in our schools. We have also implemented a Medicaid billing process and have hired a staff member we pay for with the grant funds. And that person, it's been a challenge because that whole Medicaid billing is very complicated with a lot of rules around it. But in this last school year, we had net revenue in the amount of $124,000, and we hope to see that increasing in future years to the point where it could actually be a source of funding for additional staff within our medically related professions. So in 2021, Mark's former boss, Janine Solman, was part of a group of legislators that did spearhead legislation that allowed a mobile school-based health center pilot. And so we applied for and were granted that grant award. So we've had the mobile school-based health center grant since 2021, and finally have been able to pull things together to the point where we have partnered with HSU School of Nursing, who's extremely excited to work on this with us. We have a provider who's been identified, Heather Wiggins, and we are now ready. We have retrofit our proud to be HSD trailer to meet the requirements of the grant. It's now got a plumbed double sink, and we're getting dedicated electricity put in over at Hill High to connect directly to the trailer, and utilizing some interior spaces there at the school is how we intend to provide service to students, hopefully as early as this fall. And basically that is what we're inviting you to 2 weeks from today, is the opportunity to go check it out and walk through as though you were a student accessing these services. You know, where would you check in? How would you get out to the trailer? And what would that process look like? That's also a day that Hill High staff will be able to get some more information about it for the first time. And we're excited, obviously, to start sharing that information with students, get them involved in the process of, you know, coming up with their own marketing materials and sharing information with their classmates, and really being a part of that system, and hopefully including some maybe mental health supports and group sessions. There's a lot of excitement around what could happen for our students at Hill High, which is our most underserved census tract in this county. So.
Can you go back one slide for the services that are provided?
All of there are requirements to be certified as a school-based health center, so all of the same services that students get at Century would be available at the Hill High.
I think a lot of what we heard too is that from the Go for services is also around mental health and getting those referrals. You know, we've had a lot of behavior and social, and so I think this is like a big need that we were advocating for students to be able to find somewhere that was close. We didn't have to go to get it right, but you can get something right accessible.
Yeah. So like I said, I sped through those slides, but if you go through and add up all the monetary amounts, you know, that question that spurred us on 5 years ago has resulted in more than $750,000 in benefit to our district. And now, you know, we're finally ready to do some more on-the-ground service provision to students, and it's super exciting. And even though I don't know that anybody would look at a comms person and say, oh yeah, of course they're overseeing, you know, health expansion, but it's been super rewarding for me to do it. So I appreciate the opportunity, and I'm really excited to shepherd this through the next school year and beyond. So.
The one thing that we talked about, like high school, but noting that there was a lot of need in the
middle school.
Yeah. And having the reason why I like Hill High too, because that's still part of the.
I mean, yeah, since it is a little bit of a very unique structure, and we kind of need to figure out the process flow. You know, it's certainly open to students. I think we'll be a little more focused on the Hill High population first, just to kind of get it up and running, but it certainly will be available to any student, just like the other school-based health center is, but with a focus specifically on South Meadows and Hill High, yeah.
how possible is a day at South Meadows in the future?
If we had a true mobile, like if we had a drivable mobile unit, that would be more.
Yeah.
And honestly, I had another slide in here that I took out because it didn't work out after all, but we were kind of late about a federal level grant that we were thinking we might be able to, it might have enough money attached to it to buy a real like medical RV. So we were exploring that, but we don't necessarily qualify. There's a lot of qualification steps in there, but we asked our kind of grant connection at the ESD to keep an eye out for other federal grants that we might qualify for, because that would be the dream, right, is to get an actual medical RV that could go around to our different schools and possibly even partner with our, more rural school districts that are kind of close by, out in Gaston and Scappoose and whatnot. They could, 1 or 2 days a month use that too, so.
When I was fortunate to work in Representative Solomon's office at the time, that was a huge focus. The rural districts where there's just so much space between buildings, it could be such a benefit to have a true mobile facility at those places.
Yeah, and this will really be proof of concept too.
Yeah.
If we can show that this works, that might be enough of a catalyst to get, people with money to invest, and we might be able to, make it happen outside of kind of traditional grant opportunities, so.
Would, let's say like a wellness check for a
child check?
Yes, child check. Would that replace kind of what they would normally go to a primary care physician's office would? And so would parents be able to also join during that child check? Because I know oftentimes, especially dealing with, let's say, like the students who are kind of in and out of foster care, I know that it has always been a challenge for those students to be able to access medical care. But if it's something that is convenient enough and conveniently located at their high school, I guess, would parents be able to accompany them? And also, I guess you already answered my question of yes, it would replace kind of that.
I mean, if that's where they choose to go for that service, yeah. I think at the high school level and with, I believe, 14 being the cutoff age for referral for medical services, it would be up to the students if they wanted to have a parent accompany them in there. Probably a different story for those that are under 14. I think parents could make that decision. Great work. Exciting stuff.
So, just looking at the timeline of the grant and like how much work it takes, that's also just change takes a long time, come to fruition, and it's just kind of setting also when we think about very rewarding.
Just celebrate more.
Yay! Thank you. Thanks for letting.
Sorry, I had to skip through it. I appreciate it. Had to go with your awesome presentation. Any other questions for Beth? We have a few minutes.
I had a comment for, there's no address.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just thinking about our strategic plan when we go through minutes here. I find that a lot of times I'm very impressed with when we get, a list of bullet points, all the different things we're doing on a certain topic. But I thought it might be interesting at a future meeting to do a presentation of our information, a little bit more of how, perhaps stating one goal, how the planning process works. How do folks in your office here relate to the building principals? What does the meeting look like? Do the building principals come and say, okay, well, this is our numbers, it looks like we're doing really well here, but maybe we need a little more effort here, and how do we provide them support? Do you say, okay, well, you have these meetings with large groups, you have big check-ins between the director of schools, but a little bit more board members, we don't have any responsibility for that day-to-day stuff, that would be interesting to know a little bit more of that Jessica's big list of, oh, it all sounds great, like, how does that come about? How do you, so we can better appreciate the work that your team does on it?
And if you click on the school improvement plan now, just so you all know, it should open for you. I think I gave you all viewing access. And to answer Mark's question, the group of third graders that just left third grade, they started kindergarten in the distance learning hybrid year. So that group of third grade, so our last group of kinders that kind of for the heavily impacted COVID. And yes, Patrick, we can definitely think about something to bring to the board.
For the school-based healthcare, so you mentioned the Medicare billing that happens and the grants that you've got. High school kids, how is that funded? How is that?
So it depends on their insurance. So they'll bill for insurance if they can, and if they don't have any insurance, it's probably just one of those things that gets written off. Then, if I would have to ask more specific questions to OHSU about their billing strategy, but yeah, it'll utilize. Are they on Oregon Health Plan? Are they on various private insurances? If they have a confidential visit that for whatever reason they want it to remain confidential, then I think it's just basically becomes a no-charge visit that they then write off.
Whereas our Century one is, our healthcare partner is Virginia Garcia, but this is OHSU.
Right, yeah. Virginia Garcia first. And really didn't feel like they had it.
It's a good model, because you kind of see with these partners, if they see the value of it too, how they can sponsor others. Same as Kaiser or something, yeah, who knows?
Ready to bring in the new admin?
She has been, they're not quite here. All of them aren't here.
Okay.
Should we do a 5-minute break?
Yeah.
Take a break.
When will this be like?
Yeah, I don't think we have it posted on the website yet, but. You're being so excited. So many questions.
Break. Our next agenda item is introduction of new administrators, and go ahead and take it away, Kana.
So you can see everyone's picture there. They are smiling, fresh, ready to go. We have to step up a little closer. So one of our members can't be here today because he's in the OSAA meeting, which is the Oregon School Activities Association. So I did bring him with us because his team made T-shirts when he was receiving his first job here as an administrator in Hillsboro. And that's Andy Ackerman. He's our new athletic director for Glencoe High School. And the fun fact about Andy is that he, when he went to school there in U.S. history, they started the Veterans Recognition Program. And so that still continues on even after he has been a student and now a teacher and administrator. So, yay, Andy. We'll go ahead and go to the next slide. I'm just going to go in order here. We've been going to the next slide. Sorry, Jordan. Wait for it. All right, so after Andy, we have Haley Christensen, and she's our new Reedville Elementary School principal. And a fun fact that Haley didn't share with me is that I hired Haley when I was the principal at Eastwood, and as a teacher, our dual language program, she helped expand that. And now she's an administrator, super proud of her. So Haley likes to ride motorcycles, and she has 2 dogs, Rocky and Charlie. So welcome, Haley, to So, next is Jeremy Corwin. If you haven't seen him on social media, on Instagram, he's done an excellent sport along with his colleagues, Jenny Taguchi and Alex Dye. They did a great little video, so you'll have to check that out and find out, and I might have been spearheaded of that idea. But Jeremy comes to us as the new Pointer Middle School principal, and the fun fact about Jeremy is that along with owning his own Timbers season passes, he shares that he broke his, I think, ankle when he was playing hacky-sack in college, and had to have surgery, and he also has a metal plate, which really makes it fun when he goes through the airport. Our next person that we have with us today is Dennis Jewell. He's our new Liberty High School principal, and Dennis starts his educational career in Maui as a special education teacher. Dennis. We also have Berta Lule, who has formerly been a principal for us, and now she's the executive director of schools in the Office of School Performance. And a fun fact about Berta is that she's a product of HSD. She started as a third grader at W.L. Henry and then McKinney, and went to Pointer and graduated from Glencoe High School. And she has two sons who graduated in a dual language program at Hill High Feeder, and she loves warm beaches with her family. All right, next we have Tara Morjan, and Tara's with us from the Technology Services Program, our department, and she's our Director of Information Systems. And she has a very fun fact that her daughters all have art-inspired names. Cyan for the color blue, Matisse after the artist, and Satine, which is the fabric finish. So there's some fun facts about Tara, so welcome. Last but not least, we have Jenny Taguchi with us, and she's our Pointer Middle School assistant principal. And Jenny wrote me many facts. I think I was 20 altogether, but I will just pick a couple to share with you. Jenny is bilingual, and she was born in Korea, and she discovered recently that she's related to the original king that came to the Korean language and building that, and so she's digging more into that history. And she likes running, but not in the first few miles. She likes to get into the second mile, because that's when she gets her second win. So please welcome our new administrators. Get to sit and enjoy lunch.
Lunch is going to be, it's served already, ready to go in 105, so it's ready to go. Also for the board and the people who got the invitation, across the hallway in 108 is the picture. So, no hurry, but it's, you can jump over there, it'll just take you a moment.
The seats inside, if new admin team, you can choose who you sit with. We won't take it personally. Try to meet somebody.
Oh, we might.
The time is now 12:43, and I call the meeting to order. Our next item of business is the initial summer programming update with Audrey and Brooke.
Hey, can you hear me good, everybody? We just wanted an opportunity to celebrate our HSD summer programming and just give you kind of the initial fast stats of it. We give you usually a little more in-depth, especially around the credit attainment programs that we do for our high school, but we thought it would be great for you to just hear about what we were able to do this year. And really, much of it was not possible without the summer school grants that Travis referred to, as well as the literacy grant that we got. These programs wouldn't have occurred if we didn't have those grants. And I think, though, just a huge shout out to Brooke, Becky, Arsema, Melissa, and Gina, who work in our teaching and learning department. They really powered through to write some pretty significant grants to gain funding for this. And just, again, wanted to give you an overview. We rated some migrant funding and title and special ed funding for all of these programs as well. And again, credits, they had work experience, they had life experience, they improved their reading skills, they developed academic language this summer, they received some skills in social emotional learning, and we received support from our health and community partners. I mean, just to name a few things that were happening in our schools over the summer. Somebody joked that there were so many buses on the road, we wondered if school even stopped. And honestly, it kind of felt like, oh, a cupcake. It felt like it was just going. So just some quick pictures here just to celebrate and be excited. This is some of our staff in action. I think just a reminder, this is not possible without our staff being willing to work over the summer as well. And these are all folks that obviously volunteer, but they are paid for their time, but they are willing to work for anywhere from 3 to 5 weeks in the summertime, depending on the program. And so it's just super impressive what they do. Next slide is the nutrition services team. And if you want to know where all of those gazillions of bagged lunches come from, it comes from Lincoln Street, and then they span out to city parks and locations to feed our students. And we'll have some stats for you on that at the end of how many meals we've served so far this summer. The other program, next slide. BEP happened this summer, and that was led by a couple of our COSAs and overseen by Arsema Tovar, who's kind of the mastermind behind the scenes. Olga Cunha helps with like funding and braiding of funding, and then we just have some amazing teacher leaders that support that program and do a lot of amazing things. Up to the next one. We also had our early literacy program this summer, which was new this summer and came from the early literacy grant because there was a summer school component of it. Behind that, the masterminds behind that were Gina McLean and Jamie Goldstein. And if you pop to the next slide, really this was an intensive summer reading program that included reading, writing, and huge blocks of phonics instruction, as well as fun. And it was really amazing to go see kids in these environments with very small groups with some really targeted phonics instruction and work around their reading and writing. You can even see there's different things that were happening. They had small groups, they had games, they were doing Wordles. It was a really fun place to go visit. Another program that we offered this summer that's, I think, just wrapping up maybe last week of it is our kindergarten program. That is done through our title school with funding that Olga has utilized from a title grant. Just all of our little kindergartners, incoming kindergartners coming in. My favorite photo of the summer is this little guy in the middle. He is intently having to build that block bridge in front of you, if you see it on the paper. So intently focused and thinking about what he needed to do to understand spatial awareness, and it was pretty great. And they were having a lot of fun as well in Jumpstart, and as always, Mayor Callaway comes to read at Jumpstart, and that is a photo of him. But that was happening at 9 of our schools through some title funding.
Okay, I'm going to cover a little bit of some of the secondary work that's been unfolding this summer. So first we had a middle school Jumpstart program at Pointer Middle School. You just met the team of Principal Corwin and Vice Principal Jenny Taguchi, and their program was 20 hours last week. It was focused on social emotional learning, connections really specifically from that 6th to 7th grade transition, also some STEAM education and literacy focused as well. So they use some of their targeted school improvement dollars to make that Jumpstart happen, specifically again for 6th to 7th graders. At high school, that was the last 2 weeks of June and kind of that first week of July. This year it was an 80-hour program because we used some of our summer learning dollars for that. So over 80 hours of programming, partnered with Portland Community College to do a Jumpstart program for high school into post-secondary. So that was a great partner for us and something new around high school credit attainment. Some preliminary data on that one is 636 and a half total credits were earned and over 1,277 courses completed. So they're still kind of doing some of that finalized data, but lots of students, every school in action supporting our high school students. In fact, 859 high school students were enrolled this summer in that specific program. The next one in work-based learning, here in this room hosted some of our student interns, the communications department. That's one of the pictures. They're doing a team build with some of the student interns. Tech Services actually has a student right now, if you went down there, from Glencoe High School in computer science. We also had students working on Falcon Farm, students that were student tutors in early literacy in our bilingual enrichment program, and then also our media marketing interns who support specifically our downtown Hillsboro small businesses. We started that partnership during the pandemic to help small businesses get back on their feet. That continues to be something that we provide as a work-based learning opportunity for students as well. Also, some of our students help to support our CTE camps, which is the next picture. So in CTE camps this summer, we provided a health sciences program, a couple of culinary programs, and then also our CISE Puede STEAM program as well. So a specific connection. Gwen, you were talking a little bit about the importance of middle to high school in terms of athletics. Such an importance as well when we think about career and technical education, the supports around CCP to ensure that our middle school students can see themselves as part of a pathway as they go into high school. So on the right is one of our health sciences student workers supporting some of the middle school students, and they're practicing suturing at that time. And then the culinary, one of our culinary camps to the left. The last one, this was something that was really fun for us to put together. It's just kind of an overall glance at some of the work we did. If you were around in Hillsboro, specifically around the hours of 7 a.m. to about 7:30, there were a lot of buses. Facilities department and transportation, just such an amazing work. We started planning January for all of this. Every single week we would show up on a Wednesday and start planning all this work. So the efforts that came together really is also from every department that you see around the table, but 8 different programs, 20 different sites, 17 teacher leads, Audrey noted a few of those, 182 licensed staff, 108 classified staff, 11 administrators, 2 visiting teachers, 38 scholars, 47 bus drivers.
30,000 meals have been served so far across our district this summer, and we had 6 community partners. So just in terms of fast stats and what goes into making summer programming be amazing, a lot of humans, a lot of hard work, and a lot of people working together, but giving really amazing experiences. So just wanted to give you a highlight because it was such an awesome summer. And I think another cool highlight Brooke can talk about is this one.
Yes, so because of all of our work, Dr. Charlene Williams, the director of Oregon Department of Education, including some of our elected officials, came to visit us. You may have seen something in your board update around this. July 31st, we had a visit. We also had some media come as well. Just to highlight a couple things. One, the learning and action and that opportunity that's provided to our students, but also our Grow Your Own Educator program was another opportunity. And so you saw those 38 scholars that were noted on the FAST stat. So we were able to have some of our students talk about, specifically when they went to visit our bilingual enrichment program, students as they were a student experience that when they were little, now being an educator coming back to the program in a variety of different ways, either when they were doing their internship in the summer or now hired as educators. So that was something fun to be able to highlight as well. Summer programming, just also kind of in a full circle way as well. But we were really excited to host Dr. Williams and to showcase some of the work that we were able to do this summer in action. The $1.5 million that we got really was great for us to be able to have and use, and just be able to showcase and show the energy that our educators and everyone that supports those programs put forth in the summer was great for us to be able to do. And that is all. If you have any questions, we'd love to entertain them. Yes, Patrick.
This is a wonderful presentation. It's a lot of good information. If you, I don't know if you're doing the actual work, if you happen to have some kind of like short one-page that goes over different programs we do and maybe how schools are selected for them. Not in the community, I talk about the good work summer programs are doing. I get asked, so how do you how many programs are there, and how do you select kids for which go into which program? Especially at the elementary thinking. So it'll be interesting.
Sure, yeah.
To have anything like that, just to kind of brief summary. With PowerPoints, it's wonderful to get the visuals, but it's not in written form. probably won't remember 100% later, so it's like there's a little something in writing on one page that I know, okay, go back to it.
And I like this Mexican board chair thing. I think I talked more. Couple questions. So the 1.5, you talked about the grant funding and what that funding is the result of the bill sponsored by Representative McLean this past session.
Mm-hmm.
So that is not a one-time thing. It's going to be, or is it just for this year?
I think that's the hope, and that was part of, I think, the advocacy and bringing the elected officials to see it in action, and also Dr. Williams, is how do we continue to advocate for that funding? How are we specifically using it? So it's going to be something that I think we need to just continue to watch for.
So, but the bill was a one-time funding for this summer?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll have to continue to apply for that. It won't be something that we just also get as well.
Oh, but the funding source remains, did we just apply, or did the bill?
Oh, I know that we'll have to continue to apply for it. I don't know if the bill is a one-time thing. I know that we'll have to continue to apply every year for funding. Yeah.
As long as that pot of money is going to be available to districts every summer, as opposed to every January, we need to advocate for summer funding programs, which is what it seems like for the last 3-4 years, since the pandemic. Like, hey, summer's coming. Feels like we've had to do that too frequently.
Yeah.
I'll read the bill. I'll check for myself, but I was curious if you knew.
Yeah.
Second question, love, how many bus drivers, in my last, bargaining sessions as part of the classified union, one of the topics of conversation we had somewhat consistently was the idea of a 12-month bus driver and the idea of ensuring that transportation, people who didn't really want to work in the summer, they want the time off, gets time off, but are these our drivers using our buses, and everyone in, like the people in, we gave the opportunities to our classified staff first.
Yeah.
Our last time, that's what we said was going to happen. I'm glad to hear that it happened.
They're the only ones that can drive the bus.
Well, I think
The contract.
it was a result of that one year where things came together so late that we didn't have people and we had to use contract services so much. And the transportation folks in the bargaining committee were very clear, like, we would have loved to drive those buses if we could have. Can we not use contract services so much anymore? I think my recollection was that the district made a commitment to sort of, if there are opportunities for bus drivers in the summer, we would make them available to people who want, not force anybody to work, but if it's available and they want it, to make sure that our people get a chance to have those opportunities. But yeah, I guess that only our people can drive our bus.
Thank you. Any other questions for Brooke or Andrea? Okay, our next agenda item is district summer project updates with Saide.
So first off, thank you for, school board for approving these large projects that we've been working on over the summer. And basically what I want to do is give you an update on how those projects, where we are. So as a reminder, there were 3 projects: the Liberty High School HVAC system, which was soon followed by the Liberty High School boilers, which was then followed by the upgrade to our district-wide handheld 2-way radio system. And then I'm just going to briefly touch upon the repiping that occurred at the very end after school was out of the school year that we needed to address this summer. That did not require board approval, but is currently happening now. Ready? So the HVAC system, just to recap, there were components, the majority of the components in our HVAC system, which are part of our controllers, were near the end of life. And a lot of the movement of our HVAC system, components that were working, all had to be done manually. So in order for the system to be fully functioning for the start of the school year, we were charged with contracting with the company and having a full replacement of our HVAC system. The work began right after school let out, and it will end by August 23rd. There will be tweaking done to the system throughout the remainder of August and into early September, but it will be seamless and not noticeable by staff or students. Just making sure that the system is running properly, and it's running right now in various parts of the building. So if you go to Liberty High School, you'll go to a section of the building and the HVAC is working just fine. And those are the areas that we started first. So we tried to start the main office first because we knew that our registrar and our front office staff were coming back and they were going to need to receive students. And so we got to those sections first. And also a shout out and thank you to Liberty High School and that community, because we displaced all the programming, all the sports. No practices happened inside the building, no tournaments happened inside the building. We had to do makeshift practices out in the tunnel or on the field for coaches and students to continue practicing. School does run 12 months a year. Like there are things happening outside of the school year, so they were very adaptable and flexible, and so we thank them for that. Keep on forgetting, I have the clicker. And so this is just a little, it's nothing fancy, right? You're not going to see a fancy thing. It's a lot of wiring and a lot of new sensors, and it'll work seamlessly, and it'll provide a cool environment for staff and students, and hopefully we'll hear from them about the difference from previous years. The next one were the boilers, and again, we needed to do a full replacement, a full plant replacement. The cost of that was approved for $660,000. We came just under $657,000, so pretty accurate and spot on the proposal. That is going to be done by the 19th, so we have about 6 more days left. They're still in the building. And this is just a before and after. They pulled out the old boilers before we got a chance to take the picture for this. But that's where they sat. So you can see they were kind of rusty. And those ones on the right are the fancy new boilers, which look, nothing like the boilers that were there before. So again, thank them, thanking the community for giving us the opportunity to kind of shut off the system to work on it. District-wide radio upgrade, also just under the amount that was approved, $373,000. We are in the process of deployment and training. So our repeaters were installed last week. We have 5 repeaters. The district has been divided up into zones. And the nice thing about these radios are if you are in a zone, for example, Imlay and Century, staff will be able to get onto a channel and communicate with one another in the case of an emergency. We also have additional radios for outside events like graduation. So in the past, schools would bring their radios, we would bring out, there would be a mismatch of radios and very poor communication among the staff members that were organizing the event. We did the best possible. Now we will have a bank of radios to bring to Proud to be HSD, graduation, where we all can communicate with one another, and it'll just be better for all participants. So the distribution will begin August 20th, and our public safety office will also be training office managers and meeting with administrators to train them on the radios.
They're pretty simple, but we just want to make sure all questions are answered. And those were the radios when they showed up in the warehouse, and that's what the radio, the Hytero radios with a clear screen look like. And, yeah, so we're very excited about that. And then the Lennox repiping. So towards the end of April, I believe you all received a board update one Friday about we do our random testing, and so tests came in, and there were above average levels of lead tested in a handful of fixtures, water fixtures and bubblers. So we shut down all of those fixtures. We brought water into the school, which was part of the board update, and then we continued ongoing testing to kind of figure out what the issue was. All the fixtures were replaced. We did another set of testing, and all of this takes time. So it went on for, I think it was the last week of April through May until the end of the school year, where our team decided that, and based on the recommendation of the companies we contracted with, that we needed to do a full school repiping. So we began that on July 22nd, and it will go up until the very last day before students walk in the door. And probably the last part will be patching and painting, because, I mean, they physically have to like get into the ceiling where the pipes are, get into the walls, and then do their last rounds of testing. Preliminary tests don't show any of those levels at all. And so once everything is in place, they will do a final test, and then everything will be patched up and ready for students and staff. There is going to be a little bit of construction going on when maybe new teachers walk into the building, but we're trying to get classrooms taken care of as soon as possible. And again, this was the last thing that was out of our control, and not something that we had planned for, but we wanted to make sure we did it.
Saide, do you think that with some of our constructed buildings, that this could be a potential issue in the future, having to repipe some older buildings?
If tests come back, similar to the tests that came after, we always try to look at the source, the points. So we go from the wall out and see if it's a fixture thing, and then they'll go a little bit into the wall and see if it's just the initial piping, and if it continues, then a repiping would be necessary. There's also filtration systems, but there are costs associated to those, and it doesn't really solve the problem if it's in the pipe. Right. So it's a Band-Aid. And if we have to put a Band-Aid potentially on another school until, if we get a bond passed, then we can do it, because the repipe does cost, $220,000 if we're talking about a handful of schools. That adds up. Yeah. So.
How old is Lennox?
Oh, sure. You're having it off the top of my head.
Very much so, though, like.
Not super old, but it's not.
I guess my point is more.
1990,
I guess my point is sort of plenty of buildings is written roughly the same age area.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at what you're seeing, the cost, boilers, HVAC, repiping, fire panels, all of those things are going to eventually need to be replaced. Right.
And as of now, bond dollars are gone. When we have to do that, that comes out of our general fund.
And bond maintenance dollars are also used as well for just upkeep and regular maintenance. So, yeah.
How long do HVAC systems and boilers generally run for these types of
So Liberty was
commercial
built
buildings?
in, 2003, around there. So about 20 years. Oh, you're shaking your head, yeah, of course. Yeah, so about 20 years. Okay. Yeah, and so depending on how
That's like
often.
similar to residential, isn't it? Or is residential 10 years? I don't know. Okay.
Yeah,
Either way.
about 20 years. I think that's.
And thank you. Any other questions or comments for Saide? No. Okay, our next agenda item is a technology update with Jordan.
Yeah, I have a few things to walk through with you. I'll note that the asterisks on everything throughout is just to remind you, we do have some communication going out to families, specifically around tech services and some of the tech updates that are going on. There was a number of those, and we're sending out some communication to each household to make sure families are aware of all of the different changes we have coming up, and then some other ways that these will be. So we do have some changes in the TS admin team. You met Tara before, but we have some other changes over the last year I wanted to highlight. And then some updates on Chromebooks, and then also some pieces around parent view and synergy and some of the new things to be able to, starting to be able to do them there. So with our team that manage the tech services department, you met Tara, and she's taking over our student information systems team, digital curriculum management, and also all of the data reporting. A lot of the reporting of the teams that feed that data and work with the OSP group really closely to look at how those data systems are managed. And we're doing a lot of changes there so that schools hopefully can do a lot less work on digging for data. You know, we're seeing these district-wide dashboards and school-wide dashboards and getting them down to the data now that we're into the first year of the strategic plan of what can help principals and teachers and everyone else target those groups and find what needs done with students. And then spend less time looking for that data and just delivering that to them so they can work on working students instead of looking for the data or analyzing it and so forth. So Tara will be great at doing that in her new role. Megan has taken on all of our district technology support and manages our network and operations team and our device management. So all of the servers and systems and laptops and computers and the teams, the engineers that manage those. And then Luis was one of our engineers but moved over into a supervisory role last year. As we've added all this tech in schools with the last bond, you know, we added tech into every single classroom. We have the one-to-one devices. We have lots of digital curriculum now. We added tech at the schools, and as we had a developer retire, we decided we could split that work up and not replace that developer position and added on the school support supervisor position to better support schools and those techs that are out there at the school buildings every day working with students and teachers. And so that's sort of been our refocus of that, of making sure we have that school support taken care of and all of that technology that's in the building. One big change this year will be, and we started to talk about this last spring, and that's due to some safety pieces that have come up and just some requests by parents and as we went out and talked with our different family groups, there's continual questions about internet safety and those things. And so, and some of the other districts around us have already released this. And so we are moving forward with releasing our internet activity reports that will go to parents and guardians. Those are emailed to parents on a weekly basis on Sunday. That's just when the system does it. And so the general piece is that an emailed report goes, and it's just that summary that's there on the left-hand side. How many different sites a student visits, what are the top 10 places that student most often goes to, and which days of the week are most active. So it's a very general summary there, and if that's as far as the parent wants to look at that, or not look at it, that's up to them. But there is a link on that if they would like to actually create a parent portal account or go to the parent portal And the parent portal allows them to see a little more information. So it is limited to the last 7 days of activity that the student has, so they can't go back farther than 7 days. That just makes the system a little more efficient as well. The other piece of that, they can see both sites the student went to and sites that were blocked. So the sites that the student attempted to get to but didn't get to. They're also able to pause the internet if they'd like to control that outside of school hours. So we do have to set up that of what sort of our school day is, a little bit before school starts, a little while after school gets out. But at that point, a parent could pause internet access if they wanted to for their student. And they'll let the student know that the parent did that. It's not anything that the school district is doing at that time, but it does let them know that it is paused by the parent. That is another option. This works both on the HSD Chromebooks. It only works on Chromebooks, and it only works on the HSD account has been logged into a Chromebook. Some students do have personal Chromebooks. If they log into that with an HSD account, it would still apply that because that's what controls it, because it's the HSD account that has the system on it. So we're, making that designation too, but it only does work on Chromebooks. We don't have any access, of course, to a student's personal device or those kind of things. Personal phone or those type of, or other laptop. And that's just on the right, what that sort of looks like if the parent logs into the parent. We will be, this is part of that communication that's going out, families, this week and early next week, most likely, is when they'll be showing up at homes. Part of this leads into our next one as we hand out Chromebooks to secondary students. They are getting new ones. We're going to include a postcard that describes the parent report that's going to be going out. We want to make sure our students understand that that information is going to parents. And if they're concerned about, things they've done in the past on their Chromebook or things they may be researching, that they understand that information is going, their parents will be able to see that as part of that safety piece.
Are students able to access like incognito browser and, okay, that's good.
That is blocked. Occasionally students find ways to do things, but we're always filter what they can do or not. Google did come out with quite a few different things this last year that helped with a lot of those things, but yes, incognito mode is expected to be blocked. So we do have the new secondary Chromebooks that will be delivered this year, are here and being set up to be given to students. Again, we'll have that postcard with it that explains sort of what's going on with filtering and this report. That was bond dollars. We reserved some bond dollars set aside for the one-to-one devices to try to assist with the replacement because we knew this would come up. We need to extend till we can get to the next bond. After this, we do not have enough money left to replace the elementary devices. We would need to get to another bond or some other funding mechanism to replace the elementary devices. But what this does start to set up is a staggering during the pandemic when we'd already decided to move forward with one-on-one pre-pandemic. But then when that happened, we bought them faster than we would have, and we would have rather have staggered our elementary purchase and secondary purchase. And so we're trying to do that now where we would stagger those by 2 or 3 years so that we always have some backup devices. So those current secondary devices that we have are still functioning. They're doing okay, but now they'll become our extra devices at all levels, K through 12. So as devices go out for repair or we have a few extra devices in classrooms, teachers have continually asked for that. Like somebody has a dead battery, can I just have 1 or 2 extras so that I can just hand the student another device and keep moving? So we'll have that. So we'll have some of those other devices that we are now 4 years old as our sort of backup devices across the system. And then if we can purchase elementary devices in 2 or 3 years, then that gets us on that staggered approach where we always have some extra devices in the background so that we're not running out. We've had some issues at the start of the school year with the amount of devices that need repaired, and us not having enough devices to hand out. We have exactly what we need. And now we'll have those extras in the system. A change in the Chromebook damage over time. When we released these, originally the district was covering all repairs and replacements. We were using ESSER dollars for that. Last year was our first year we started to implement some fees for repairs and fees for losses of devices. Our first attempt to do that, to bring those costs more into check because it wasn't sustainable what we were funding out of ESSER around this. And so we are going to change that. And so previously we covered one loss or 2 repairs, and now we're going to, looking at the data from last year, our repair rate went way down. In instituting the fees for repairs, we did have, and just like talking about it more and making people aware, and schools did a good job of that. Our repair rate went way down. We didn't have so many devices to go out for repair. We also implemented our own repair system. When we were mid-pandemic, we bought a service contract for the devices that expired, and we thought we could do it cheaper. We hired a repair tech to do repairs in-house, and that has been much faster, much cheaper, and we're keeping up on those a lot better now, also with the reduction in number of repairs. But what we did still see a number of those first losses. We were allowing for one device to totally get lost or totally get destroyed before any fee was applied to that second one. We still got a number of those that was still a significant cost. So that's the one piece we're changing on this, is the first replacement does have a fee attached to it. And we were going to start at really half the cost of the device, $200. But we are going to apply our new fee system to that. So if somebody's on, they're paying standard fees, then it's the $200. If they're on the partial reduction fee level based on income, then it would be half of that, $100. And if they're on the full reduction, then it would be zero fee for that first. So we'll look at the data this year and see if that helps us with those number of first losses. The rest of that's all the same, other than the charger replacements. The prices dropped from 40 to 20, and and we tested last year some third-party chargers that we could make use of, and they come in significantly less. We're still so forth. So we reduced the price of those replacements. Any questions on the Chromebook?
If the board chose to go for a bond, I know there are sideboards on how far you can stretch out spending. It has to all be spent by X amount of dates. If the board decided to go for a bond, how many cycles of Chromebook replacement could occur in a bond sale window?
Well, it could be open-ended depending on how many dollars we have and what we have to spend them on. I think the restriction that you're thinking of is we have to
Spend like 85%, and but you can keep some back.
Within the first 3 years.
Okay.
So
the money we've kept now, we've extended past.
Yeah, and that's from the point of bond sale. So in 2017, we sold 2 different series, and for each one that you have that capital, the cash, you have to spend 85%. So it really would be determined by what other projects are allowable under the ballot title and what that timeline is. That's why we can kind of hold on to this a little bit longer, the little bit of tail left on our bond dollars, and Special shout out to Adam Stewart and Bond Oversight Committee that protected us with a little bit to get us through this gap period.
The cost of a Chromebook cycle is much less than 15% of the bond in general.
Depends on how big the bond is.
Sure, but this one, next one will be smaller, but.
Yeah.
A bigger piece on that would be all of our other systems. We replaced the wireless system, the phone system,
Yeah, but we shouldn't be doing those again. Shouldn't have to do those on a regular rotating student by student basis.
any other Chromebook.
This wasn't something I had thought about, but engaging with the content here. So the digital surveillance we do with regard to the site students visit, have we done that since the inception of the Chromebook program?
Yeah, as far as we do always archive all internet connections. I mean, both for the student devices. It's a little different both inside and outside. So inside our firewall records all of that, any connections from any device going to the outside. On the student devices that go home, those also to record all connections to the internet and which sites go to. And that's actually part of board policy.
Yeah, that's interesting. The Center for Democracy and Technology has put out a report with some questions about the potential chilling effect of digitally surveilling student devices at home, and particularly how low-income and historically disadvantaged communities often rely on their school device, whereas more affluent people have their own devices that they can use, and so the surveillance has more of the chilling effect on certain communities than others. So I think it's an interesting conversation, and I hadn't thought a lot about it, but I was glad you included that in here so I can ponder it more. Thank you.
And I guess use of the word surveillance to me indicates somebody's watching it. Again, I use typically two terms, either archiving or monitoring. We are not monitoring because there's no one that could just sit, or there's nothing that sends out flags like, hey, go look at this student, they're doing something. So there's other specific words. We archive all the data, and if there's a question, we can go get to it. And there's also, like on this note, there's always been we do have parents in the past that have asked for the information, like reached out and said, hey, can you give me a report of the last month of my students' usage, because they're concerned about something. And with FERPA rules and other things, we would be basically required to hand that over anyway in the past and have needed to do that. We always direct them, if they reach directly to tech services, to the school, to talk to the administration first, like, what are your concerns? The school should know what you're concerned about, whatever, so that they can work with you and partner with you on what those concerns would be, and then have the administrator reach out to us to make that request for history of use of a device. And it does come up quite a bit with students that have run away, other things, that there's safety concerns that come up, that we do get a request to look to see, like, they maybe search where they were going, or what was happening, or what we were concerned about as far as safety.
So the change is you don't have to make the request anymore. You're getting it automatically.
The limiter would be the 7 days, but as far as what they can get to.
They could still be able to get more than that if they made the request to you.
Made the request to the
Okay.
school administration. There's more. The schools, school administrators have access into the, if they want it. We always do it for them if they want, if they don't want to take the time, but school administrators have access to do it themselves as well. It's Chromebook history.
But purely curious, curiosity question. What do you guys do with the Chromebooks that kind of cycle out? Because you said like third cycle, second cycle, third cycle.
With all of our tech, we do have a recycling program. If it's actually, most of them are repairing still if they're repairable, as far as Chromebooks specifically. So if we can repair them, we repair them, we get the parts and restore them, or we cannibalize another one to fix another. Anything else, we use a company to do all of our recycling. They go pick up schools. The schools can call whenever they have a bundle of things for them to pick up, and then they part them out and recycle.
We make it somewhat affordable for a graduating senior to keep their device if they want, right?
We have not done that at this point. There are a few districts, it'd be something for us to discuss. There are a couple districts that have worked out a way to do that. That would become more available, most likely. Most are doing it based on now that we would get this cycle offset where we'd have some extra devices. Most of those districts are recapturing the newest device, the newer Chromebook, and then they're handing out like one of those older devices that they are one of their backstop devices. If a student wanted to take one after their graduation, there are a couple districts. Much more limited ones that are actually like buying one and they get it their freshman year, and then they maybe have a choice to take it with them after their senior year. Now Google, it used to be Google would only offer up to 6 years of support on a device. Now they're offering up to 10. It's probably more of a physical thing, whether it'll last that long compared to how long the support will last. So
if there's no repair or replacement, a student who's an incoming freshman would probably graduate with the same device they get as freshmen?
I know of one district doing it.
In our district this fall, if a incoming freshman gets a Chromebook and they don't have to deal with repair or replacement, would they still have the same one when they graduate in 4 years?
We have been collecting them the last 2 summers.
So they don't even get the same one back the next year?
Yeah, so they don't necessarily get the same device back.
Question regarding the Chromebook. I know from experience when I've seen a lot of students in the classroom use devices to work on classwork, I noticed there are a fair number of students who do not ever use their Chromebooks, and I realize the necessity for Chromebooks in our schools. It is a necessity by all means, but is there presently an option for students to opt out of taking a Chromebook?
Yeah, we don't require them to check one out. There are students that don't check one out, especially at secondary. I mean, we have a pretty high checkout rate. I think most do it, even if they have another device they may want to use, but some do use. The hard part's just the support of that, especially for teachers in the classroom. If something's not working, we sort of say, well, we support our device, so if you're having trouble, let's check you out a Chromebook so that it's easier for that, so the teacher's not having to troubleshoot different devices in the class. Last piece, it runs around some different parent view pieces. So as families log in to parent view, one thing is we're going to do a lot bigger push this year for the online verification and registration. So families will do that verification, update their contact information. That'll also lead them to the option of filling out the district income survey for the district fees system. So we can establish whether they would do the full reduction, partial reduction, or no reduction. And so we'll be pushing that. So you'll be seeing that in lots of district communication, school communication. We'll be directly sending to families reminders who haven't filled one out. And then one other piece we'll be highlighting in that is that the parent view will be turning on. We tested this at one of the high schools last year, that parents could submit attendance in parent view to say, hey, my kid's sick today, rather than having to call in or whatever. It makes it a little bit easier on the office as well, because they're not having to listen to the phone messages, take it down, enter it into the system. They can just approve what the parent submitted in parent view. And so it's just another option for attendance submission. And then we tested at a couple schools last year, digital hall pass at the secondary level. And that's where students request a pass on their Chromebook, our electronic device, and then allows others, and also we have some automatic check-in for tardies in the morning and those kind of things. As kids check in and out, that they can scan their badge and it prints them the pass and they head to school class. It just allows us to keep track of who's in class, who's not, and why, and so forth. So that's another piece that's part of that available.
So is there a cross-check with the system of a parent may forget to say, hey, my kid's out of school today, and them not being in class?
Yeah, there's definitely, like, if a teacher reports a student absent, then we always call home. In fact, there's an automated system that does that immediately. It's part of, blanking on the name, but it's Oregon law that we have to call home in a certain amount of time.
It calls
And so there's always a call home. The initial is an automated call home to remind, hey, a student was reported absent in one or more classes. And so that happens. This would hopefully lead to less calls going out if for parents who wanted to do that. For today or any vacation or whatever, and not have to call it.
Jordan, any other questions?
Yeah, sorry to go back to Chromebooks. Just now realizing that they get a different device every year. I would say sometimes damage to a device isn't noticeable right away, to a port, to a screen. I'm a little worried with implementing fees on students that a student may be held responsible for damage caused by another student.
When we check them in, they go through a health check over the summer, and that's what our summer crews worked on over the summer, is both doing those health checks and doing all the repairs. That, like I said, we've had trouble with devices needing repair right at the beginning of the school year, either because in past years they were turned in broken, or they went out to our previous service providers that weren't able to get parts and get them back to us in time for the start of the school year. And so that's one of the things that we've done, is when they turned those in, at some of the schools, based on the level, the teachers actually did a quick health check as they were turning them in, as the students left for the summer, but then they get a health check on them, the ones that were turned in over the summer, so we can get them all off to repair. It is high. It's definitely a balance there. We've talked about with schools, hand them in or not. That's different in different districts. There's pluses and minuses both ways of handing.
When you think about Chromebooks more broadly, Google has really got an education market for Chromebooks. I wonder, because most of the office environment professionally is still in Windows or maybe some Mac, but mostly Windows OS. I wonder, from a computer literacy perspective, students use Chromebooks. Do you think that, is there anything to that, or do you think they're pretty adaptable?
Actually, I kind of have something to add to that. Whenever I go into a professional setting or something like that, I think it's interesting because a lot of adults, you guys use Excel spreadsheets, or at least I know my mom does. And so whenever she asks me to send her PDFs and stuff like that, or working with I have to make sure to transfer everything into Excel, because I'm always using PDF and stuff. So actually, it's a little bit hard to make the switch too, because I know nothing about Excel. So I think that's an interesting point that you bring up.
There's been some reports about that. Thank you.
And to build off Gwen's statement about using Excel, in the classrooms, we are taught to use Google spreadsheets or Google Slides. I'm saying Google spreadsheets because for years I've been taught to use that type of software. And then at my job, I was asked by my employer to use Excel. And it took me several days of hard hours and hours and hours of learning to teach myself Excel, which I wasn't taught in the classroom, so that I could complete a task that my employer asked me to do.
Interesting, thank you.
No, I appreciate the perspective. There is a piece of that. I think over time it's been more based on the device and the cost, along with what features are available. Unfortunately, like Google did get a foothold in because Apple had the foothold and chose not to dedicate any resources to making their system enterprise supportable. It was still very driven, you know, they didn't give schools any way to manage them. It was all hands-on manual work to make them work in a school environment. And they didn't, honestly, they were just happy to get investment into keeping that resource because schools just kept paying them money. So Google came and they couldn't change fast enough. They have some of those systems people too. Microsoft sort of did the same thing in that the devices they came out with at the same time to compete with the cost of a Chromebook. They came out with a, you know, $400 Windows device, quasi-Windows device, but they made it the same size as an iPad, a 9-inch device compared to a 12-inch device. And it's sort of like, well, why did you do that when Google at that point holds 50% of the market? Why did you try to knock off the iPad? That's not who you listen to. So there were some pieces of that the device became. The software side of it is definitely a piece of that. But most things are going to browser-based, even like in business, it may be Excel, but is it Office 365 Excel? And so the browser-based convention is, you know, how is that used and do the skills transfer? I think is the question of what people are using. How do we do that? But it's definitely some workout. We like 65 and people can use that. And so it's a matter of what we want to do with that as we move forward.
I appreciate that answer. I think that finding technology literacy that's sort of not taught in technology literacy class, but it's just learning through using technology, aligning that with what folks are going to use the rest of their lives in professional settings is valuable for us as a school district. So it's something that I'm thinking about.
Thank you. Next item is presenter and with the equity update.
All right, good afternoon. So the objective for today is for just an opportunity for me to inform you, the school board, on what we are doing in this year for our equity work within the district. I'm still on the computer thing because I'm still thinking of the opposite effect of people who have never been in a collaborative space of working in a Google Doc that only are used to working in silos and how much that is a hard skill. I use that because my husband is an editor, and he's like, I want these people. Why are they all on my paper? Well, welcome to the 21st century. Anyways, here we go. So our 3-year equity access and engagement timeline, we're really focused on cultivating growth and creating the conditions to learn, thrive, and grow as well as belong. And so if you see up here, we have a brand new timeline that we're introducing this year. This was shared to our administrative staff a couple of weeks ago. The updated timeline focuses on us really dedicating to cultivating that growth, where all students learn, thrive, and experience a deep sense of belonging within our school and community, and how this commitment aligns closely to the work that we're doing with our strategic plan to know, value, and empower every student to achieve their dreams. So in year 24-25, we're really going to focus on valuing through a culture of restorative foundations, which means for us is how do we really build those relationships and conversations while celebrating and understanding the uniqueness and the identity markers of all of our students. And when I think of that and thinking about what it means when we're talking about creating the conditions to thrive, learn, and grow, when Audrey was speaking earlier about our focus areas, our level focus areas, I think of those as the flowers that we're trying to cultivate and nurture within our schools. Not to say we don't focus on it all, but those are our three focus areas, right? Core content, language, and transformational cell. But it reminded me of a quote that we used a couple of years ago when we were coming out of the pandemic. When a flower doesn't bloom, you fix the environment in which it grows, not the flower. And so thinking about that and how does our equity work fit into this, I think of those three flowers of our level focus areas, and that soil is the equity we work to cultivate and nurture. That soil that is embedded in with what is going to help us to grow is that we are doing community outreach. We're knowing our families, we're understanding our staff, and most importantly, we're centered and focused on our students so that they can learn and grow. And so I think sometimes when we think about equity work, it seems so big and it seems so huge, but really we're talking about the human dignity of people and how we collectively work together to celebrate and work. So on the next slide, these were recommendations that were moved forward from several of our community partners, whether it was from student voice groups that Travis worked with in the spring, in the winter, whether it was our student groups that are in our buildings, our BSUs, Black Student Unions, our GSAs, our LYP, Latino Youth Program, our Chicas. Those focal groups we're really trying to focus on and see that their voices are elevated and heard. In addition, these are also recommendations that we've heard from our district parent advisory committees, our PACs for the district, which include our Black Village, our Native American, Alaskan Native, our family engagement endeavors that we've done with our Asian Pacific Islander, as well as our students accessing special education services. All of those focal groups and our Educational Equity Advisory Committee that came and presented to you in June. It falls under these three buckets of what our families and our constituents and our community are saying collectively together, also from our staff that we've heard from both classified, licensed, and our administrative, that these are the three areas that we really want to focus on, which is inclusive, supportive learning environments, equity in education and opportunities, and enhancing communication and engagement. Those three areas are what has been recommended to us through any one of those aligned boards or committees or student groups or affinity groups have all collectively said this is what we need to focus on. So that leads into our strategic plan of know, value, and empower all of our students. And we're also stating that through each of these avenues, we will be able to create the conditions for our students to thrive. And so how we're going to go about checking on that, I think Beth did a wonderful job explaining this game board perspective that we're going to be looking at. We have designed questions for each of the months, each of the quarters that specifically hit on one of our strategic plan goals that we're monitoring. And so, for example, what Beth had shared with us was in one of the goals is success in the early years and access and opportunities. So we're going to lead with did you know? And then the question we're going to follow up with is the question is something to the effect of teachers in my child's school are helping them build foundational skills for future success. And then there will be a 1 through 4 value from strongly agree to strongly disagree. And when we go out quarterly, we'll be able to synthesize that information throughout the year so that we can still continue to make improvements. What our families, our students, and our staff are saying is, you ask for our feedback, we give you our feedback, actionable steps, and where are your strategic moves, your action moves that you're going to take to improve this and not wait till another year happens. So by asking these questions along the way, we're going to give us opportunities to make improvement. these questions will also be the ones that will be included in our once-a-year parent survey that'll go out in April, so that it's all of our families, but we are strategically going to those focal areas that are a part of our focal group. We want to make sure we hear and elevate those voices. When we think about this too, it's going to take some training. We have people in each of those PAC groups, the Latino PAC, the Black Village, Native American PAC, that go and work with each of their PACs, and they facilitate that. Sometimes those even go down to the Paquitos that are in some of our schools that are creating even smaller structures of parent engagement in order to hear from their own school. And so they will be available to train them on how we're going to collect all this information so that we can make changes along the way. As well as the student groups that Travis will still go out with, and that some of our ed liaisons help support strategically to ensure that they are getting their opportunity for their voices to be heard too. And so what will our continued efforts look like? Really working on elevating families families and historically marginalized staff and students. And so what is that going to look like? I think of it about 3 circles. We've got to think about our students, we've got to think about our families, and we've got to think about our staff. So continuing elevating our student groups through targeted focus groups, affinity spaces that we create for our students, leadership summits. Last year we had 2 leadership summits, one that that supported our LGBTQ QSIA plus students, as well as one that was just a leadership summit for students that were from historically marginalized groups, but also we had a large population of those who wanted to come because they wanted to be leaders and who maybe had another identity marker of accessing special education services, or maybe had trauma in their life, or are experiencing other disabilities that would not necessarily impact their learning, but does impact their social, emotional behaviors. We will continue those this year. In addition, celebrating our families, we have active, like I explained before, active PACs, active FACs, which is Family Advisory Committees. We have multicultural family groups that are now starting up in many of our schools. Cultural events that will be continuing throughout this year that we started a few years ago that really brings community and connection to our families. And then we're going to continue to honor the staff spaces with looking at some focal groups, as well as the collaboration that we have with the unions and our partnership with EEAC, as well as affinity spaces. For those of you who may not know, we do have affinity spaces for classified, licensed, and administrative staff that helps in our retainment of staff of color so that they can find community and connection in the workplace. For our schools this year, we took some time, and I'm not going to read all these examples to you, but what we really wanted people to do is to really get targeted and focused. So working with Audrey and her team, we sat down and mapped out a process diagram, equity mind mapping of what was the biggest problem of practices that were occurring in your building. And from that, they chose one problem of practice and created a diagram of how they will move from the what and the what of the problem to the who and the where they're going to change it, to the action steps they're going to be doing in a real targeted way. They each made our schools made a statement: if we do this, then this will happen. By doing this, one action step I will see happen is this. And what we're going to do in our 1 monthly meeting is really target down those action steps and provide professional development that's going to really help our schools move forward with their equity mapping. For our departments, and I wanted to bring this up because Erica had shared something with me last year of some professional development she had gone through. So I took the diagram that you had created, and we, because we have been, since I have been in this position, and probably before when Saide was in this position, we have worked very strategically with it. This is not only in our schools. Of course, that's where our students are, and we focus on our students. But us as a system, if we're gonna change the system, we've gotta look at the entire system. So our departments have been working solidly with one of my TOSAs that would meet with them on at least 2 to 3 times a year to go over their department alignment. And so each of our departments were making statements and coming up with action plans of how they're gonna move the equity work forward. So I took the beautiful document, because I think of it in one way, I think of it in an education way, and I'm like, I don't think this gets to other people who are not living the education world. And I arranged it in a way that Eric had shared with me, and it's got another page to it that I'm happy to share with everybody. But it's in each of our departments, from nutrition services, technology service, business office, communications, how they are moving the equity work forward, and how their professional development activities, learning that they're doing with their teams, is moving this as a system forward, so that we know that the experience of our students isn't the narrative that we have traditionally can predict. It's a narrative that we're empowering them to create for themselves, and that's with our departments and that's with our schools. So that's a real brief, quick, in 15 minutes or less, what we're doing this year when it comes to equity, access, and engagement. Does anybody have any questions? Yes. It just had more colors, so you know.
And I would like to see that. I think that's really great, because I think what equity looks like in the business office is different than what it looks like in nutrition services and what it looks like in the classroom. Like and trying to tie that to your work is what's like for our staff from this like grand idea of like us as board, we're talking about equity, but what does that actually mean when you're looking at like a bus driver and their job? And like how does that impact them? So I really like that there's more ownership there. I was thinking about how does, and I don't know if it was Beth or Brooke that shared, or Audra, about the school improvement plan and having an equity component to that. How does that tie into the goals that focus areas that, how does a
There's different avenues of that plan, because there's like equity around instructional practices in the classroom, and then there's equity around like the climate and culture of a building, right? And so one of the things that I think Fran did a great job in working with the principals was to really think about, from her lens, the climate and culture component that's occurring in the schools, and what is something that they want to see as an improvement, and taking that and then transferring it to the monthly meetings that they have around climate, culture, and voice, and how that will transfer back to the school in that work. But really allowing the schools to take that time to develop that plan. With the school improvement plan, there's layers of that in there as action steps, because you may have a goal about the reducing the disproportionality that exists in your referral data, for example, for skipping. Right. And within that, there's going to be some action steps that probably tie to this mind mapping, but you may also have an equity layer that's occurring in terms of instructional practices and the literacy of your students in second grade reading that are far below grade level and who those students are. So I think what happens in these steps is, as the school improvement plans, as schools are starting to develop them, they are putting that, who's being most impacted, what do I need to do differently, and asking themselves those questions and thinking about action steps to support that work, while also thinking about the climate and the culture of their building too, with that layer of equity. So it's hard, heady work, and I think they are trying to ask themselves tough questions and think about what they need to change in the classroom experience as well as the school experience.
I was thinking about when our PACs come next year and they come and present, and we're making it just the normal that they come and share with us. Here's what we worked on this last year, but I would like to be able to respond back to them. Hey, last year you mentioned these issues or challenges that were happening, and here's what we have done about it. Or here's the action steps that we, like to your point, it's one thing for them to come and tell us every time what the challenges are and if it's the same thing, but I would like for us to respond back and be able to say, like, we heard you last time, and here are the things that we incorporate. And I didn't know if it was going to be, like, found in you can see at, your school, there's certain schools that have this goal or metric, or if it's something that will be found somewhere else that we can share back. But I would like to see that in our presentation.
how did we do from last year with what that was,
And did we address those concerns?
having actual steps?
I didn't know where it would fit.
I think, I look at, if you go one more slide back to the school examples of what I know those are like very tiny writing, and if you're like me, I can't see them right now, but I know you can see them on your screen. I think those are some of the pieces where we can talk about schools building their specific work and addressing that with the PACs, and then talking about their school improvement plans, because I think these examples that are up there have a plan behind them too, that they had time to think about and walk through and think about the action steps. Because I think part of this work that is so challenging is taking the time to actually really be thoughtful for an entire year of how you're going to address that and being able to share that, and we can figure out a way to have that shared.
Yeah, I made note of it, so I'm going to marinate on it, using a word of Ms. Connor, and figure out how we can, even through our facilitators and my pre-meetings I have with them, to remind them of what they talked about the previous year, what our goals are in the district, and then how can they address that in their presentations, or further steps. I think we've heard that from the Black Village in the past. We've come in and we've asked for this, and you've done this, and now we still want more of this. I mean, that I think is helpful for us. Is sometimes that acknowledgement of they do see what we have done as a district, and there is more still to do.
And I think I like that, because I know, like, for example, the bias incidents and things that were, it happens, and then, like, what did we create from that? Do we have a procedure, or like, what is it that we, it's a big problem to solve, but if we can show like steps of like, since, we've had a lot of the parents from the Black Village come and talk to us and tell us like, this is happening, and like, my child doesn't feel safe. Okay, here's the concrete things that we have done, and we know like, yes, it's happening. Okay, what else can we do, or how do we keep building off of that? But instead of just like, we keep just hearing it, but they don't see it, or having like a full connection moment. And they come back, that I'm able to say like, oh, this is actually what happened, or these are the things I implemented.
Thank you, Fran.
Thank you.
Our next item is a board committee update with Fran, Brooke, Michelle, and Connor.
So these are names of consideration, but we're not going to move on anything for it today. I just wanted to bring forward this, and then next month we can vote for approval of the appointment of this team. Just to remind you, Educational Equity Advisory Committee was passed in 2021 and became effective in 2022. So we've had the Educational Equity Advisory Committee up and running since 2022, because as a larger school, we were asked to have it done by September of that year. Now in this year, many of the districts all have assembled and have their teams moving forward in one way or another, or need to be by 2025. But just as a reminder, the goal of the Educational Equity Advisory Committee is it has to be comprised of a diverse community with various identities and experience that are reflected in the community. The member duties are to advise the school district board on educational equity impacts of policies and decisions, as well as advise the superintendent about the same impacts and policy decisions, and to come in and inform the school board and school district superintendent when a situation arises. Last year was the first year that we had them come in and present to you in June, and they were really excited to come in and share that with, share their findings with you. Every year we go through this process. We started in May with best support in communications. We got the word out to our families through hot news, through Remind, through school newsletters, through our principals and Monday notes. Applications were open. We had a window of applications in May, June, with the goal of the diversification of our members. We reviewed applications in mid-June to early July. We completed our final candidates interview just a few days ago, and then we're now bringing it forward for approval of the selection from the superintendent. The proposed new members, keeping in mind that our goal is diversification, this is just by roles. So now, if you recall back, we like to be diversified in the roles that we have of people who are coming in as members. So we have licensed and classified staff, community members, parents, guardians, caregivers, students, and administrative staff. These are our proposed new members' makeup of what we're asking the board to consider for approval. And this is it based on race. So we have 3 candidates who identify as white, 1 that identifies as Black, African, African American, 2 that identify as Asian or Asian Pacific Islander, and 3 that identify as Latina, Latino, Latinx. These are the names of the proposed new members. Their applications will be in 3 slides where you can review. What this will do for the whole group breakdown is we will have 6 licensed or classified, it's 3 and 3. 2 community members, because we're bringing in the ones who are still on their 2nd term. So the ones that you saw before would be brand new, starting their 2-year term. The ones that are on here are with them combined. Family parent group would bring us up to 8. Students would bring us up to 4. And administrative role would bring us to 1. When we think about our goal of diversification, not only with the roles that people are in, it's also based on race. One thing I'm extremely proud of, if you look up there, it is much more than where it was 2 years ago when we first started this. Diversified and reflect our demographics in our district. And so our largest group would be Pacific, Latina, Latino, Latinx, followed by Asian Pacific Islander. Now, in that Asian and Pacific Islander, I do want to say that it's not, it is people who if you didn't know, people who identify as from India, often, and some Middle Eastern are put into this category. And so a few of the members there wouldn't identify as one of the traditional Asian identities. It's more diverse in the sense of coming from the Middle East and or from India. 1 with 2 or more, we have 4 white representatives and 3 that identify as Black. So when we think about the diversification and that being our goal, we've been able to provide for you a recommendation that's going to really diversify the group that we're working with. We will have 21 total members in the group, which is a sizable but good amount of people in order to move the work. And as always, one of the members has to also serve on the budget committee, which we do have that covered for this year. And so finalist applications on here. You're always welcome to come and visit us and listen in on our discussions. Those are the dates. If you click on the applications, you'll have until our next meeting, where at that time we will take action for you to approve the superintendent's list for the Educational Equity Advisory Committee.
The Curriculum Advisory Committee, here we go. Going on the next slide. I'm not sure who's driving the slides. Oh, thanks, Brad. Okay, so I shared this also as we closed out kind of our June time together at our work session, but we'll have 8 openings for community members, 6 openings for 1 student per high school rep. Currently, we are publicizing through Hot News, through Monday Notes to administrators, and through social media. So if you know of anyone who would be interested, any students, any community members, please share the application with them. They will be serving from October to June, and we will take applications until early September. The CCAC responsibilities are to assist our board in their recommendations of reviewing schools' curriculum, and then also instructional programs. And then also the board may or may not concur with the recommendations of the committee, but we bring those forth each month for consideration review before voting for approval. So look ahead in the work plan. You'll see half of the meetings will be online and half in person. Also starting on October 14th, we're going to hit the ground running in math, specifically in K-12 in that November meeting. Each level has 2 curriculums that they are reviewing and will be piloting, so we'll have opportunities to also go and do classroom visits in all 3 levels as well as we look at our math adoption. There will also be new course proposals. We'll have our first one on sound production in November as well, and that December meeting and potentially January as well, see what new courses may also come to us throughout the first half of the school year. Something that we gathered from our exit ticket from our CCAC members at the end of the year is they would like to hear updates on things that have been brought forth to them. For example, you'll see our language arts curriculum. We're going to give them an update in March. Something that they were sharing is, they hear so much about kind of something that is going to be then brought to all of you, but then where does that go and what happens? And they would like to hear just kind of an update. So we're going to be providing that in some of those areas as well, kind of in that mid-year. And then the May meeting will give us enough time too to get some more information, especially about from OD and recommendations of curriculum for personal finance, and then bring forth those recommendations specifically for that Senate Bill 3 personal finance component, and then we'll wrap up the year. In that, what I'm looking for is a thumbs up of the proposed dates, our work plan, what we will be doing this year, and I will just be on my way getting that going for the year. So this time, a thumbs up of go forth, carry on this good work.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, everyone. All right. Before I pass to the next budget update, Mark, gave me a little bit of time to look up the House bill, and I looked up section 4 and 5. So it is a one-time investment, but they'll be bringing forth the recommendations and findings from that funding for summer programming to potentially then in the future fund dollars. So that is that one-time investment on the biennium. But I just wanted to make sure I looked up. I had time to do that. Okay, which is about money. I thought that was a nice connection to budget, Michelle, to bridge to you, my friend.
So we did announce our budget committee vacancies in that board meeting. Action item, but we make it that time. We have applications by November 1st. So along with our other committees, we really try and diversify our members so that they represent our student body in terms of demographics. It's a great way for people who might be thinking about running for the school board eventually. They kind of get a foot in the door, get to learn a lot about us and have access to staff. So that's an opportunity. So please, please, please encourage folks to apply. I'm happy to meet with them, answer questions in advance if that makes them more comfortable. Thank you.
I think I'm next.
I have a question just around outreach for some of our committees, because I know that sometimes the recruitment for members can be challenging. Can we partner with any of our city leadership programs that are out there, whether it's Washington County, I know they have a leaders program, or I know the city of Hillsboro also has they also have a leadership program where they try to get folks to then serve on city-led boards or committees. And I know that during those cohorts, and they have a couple of them throughout the year, they give presentations that graduating cohort about, hey, here's how graduate from this program, and then kind of put the skills you learned to use. We partner with some of those programs to say, hey, here's also additional committees, not only that the city has, but school district.
Yeah, we can ask to. They are trying to cultivate their own pipeline, so we'd hate to come across as in competition, but I know with Leadership Hillsboro or Washington County, that they had all different types of groups come and present. There's an education day. So I haven't focused too much on that, and I'm happy to make that shift. I know that I do work with, try and get in front of the parent advisory committee too, to really make sure that they know there are opportunities available. But yeah, I'll put some feelers out there, and see what we can, I would think for any of our committees, that would be an awesome idea.
Well, and once we ramp up Hot News again on August 26th, we always put those announcements in there, and Patrick Preston over at the City of Hillsboro, and our communications colleagues at Washington County will glean things from Hot News to then place in happenings in Hillsboro, so we kind of get that cross-marketing happening, which helps too. Yeah.
I need your invitation soon. I really do think it's a personal connection.
Yeah.
Jump in.
I'll try to.
As well.
It's been a couple of years since I've been disconnected, but please, the Washington County business leaders, I really but I think more exposure to that, and I just like to speak about any involvement or anything like that. It's really just kind of go through county, oftentimes not something they think of, and school board is probably the only thing that they think of.
Well, and in the last few years, we have just held vacancies open, kind of ongoing, people on and off, and I think as we're talking about our budget restrictions kind of coming back, like everything's constricting again, that's gonna create a lot more conversation, I think, around priorities. So people will become more engaged at that time. We've really been able to layer it on pretty thick between bond investments and federal funds. So as we come away from that, things may become a little bit more controversial or contested in our community, and I anticipate that we'll probably see more involvement.
I just wanted to reach out to all of the board members. We are looking for a board member volunteer to join our middle school schedule committee. About 2017, the lovely Jackie Spross was our board member committee that helped us determine moving towards the 17th day. And if you remember, the investment of SIA funds allowed us to do some targeted funds towards middle school in order for that to occur. And Jackie was great for 2 years. She sat on that committee. It meets, right now, it'll be likely monthly, maybe every other month, so it's not a huge time commitment. So if any board member was interested in joining that, we said when we did this, we would reflect on the schedule after 3 to 5 years. We're kind of rolling in at the tail end of year 4 of it. Year 1 of the schedule was coming right out of COVID, so I don't know if I really count that as year 1. So we're kind of in that 3 to 4 year mix, and wanted an opportunity because we had a board member the last time in making that decision, that I would love to have a board member volunteer join Lindsay and myself on occasion on that committee. I'll let you ponder it, but if you're really excited about middle school and passionate, and it's a really fun group of human beings, let me know. If you have questions about it, feel free to reach out to me. Happy to answer any of those. And I can also walk you through a lovely folder that talks about what we did for 2 years, as well as even details probably back in the Dave Parker days, if you've been around a long time, where he tried to also make the 7-period day happen in 2007. So, but happy to walk anybody through any questions that they might have. But would love to have one of you join. Very small time commitment.
All right, everyone, you know me, I'm saying stand up. Essentially, I'm not going to go through all of the slides because this is shared with the calendar committee. And I'm happy to say that we have representation, you know, from families, from a board member, from admin, licensed, classified. We have union partners, so we have, I think there's 18 of us all together. So it's a very large crew. The 2-year calendar, and then we'll be bringing back information to you. And we also have community agreements, and we talked about how we all like burgers, but we don't always agree on where we like the burgers. Some of us like to have our burgers at In-N-Out, some of us like to have Burger Bill, some of them Five Guys of burgers and fries. Calendars are like that too, because, you know, some people have different views on it. So we can't agree on everything, but we can certainly try to align on what we need to do around our work around the calendar. We talked about in pairs just what we have curiosities about and what questions we have about the calendar. We have 3 parts to our considerations in terms of how the things that we need to do as we build upon the calendar. I'm not going to read through everything here, but it's something that you can look at if you'd like, and you may reach out to me if you have questions. We also talked about our student enrollment data and who our students are made up in HSD. We talked about our demographics as well, all of our students, and that we have students that speak 158 different languages as of last year across our district. And then what's the makeup of our students and our teachers in the classroom that support our students. Then we also talked about workforce reflecting our community, because that's, we started out as a district that was very diversified in the sense of having smaller districts, and then coming all together as a large district, we had to adopt and align some ideas, even though we didn't agree with everything in terms of our contracts, in terms of how we put the school year together. And then we also talked about kind of historical facts about how calendars were developed and what happened over time, and how that kind of global lens really spurred a change in how calendars were developed, from post-Labor Day to pre-Labor Day, and to address attendance issues and really get testing. Interestingly enough, the Pew Research did a study last year in 1,500 different school districts. And most schools start between the middle of August and the end of August across those 1,500 different public schools. And then I looked at I was geeking out here. I'm looking into the data of like what it looks like across the different regions of our United States. And you can see that data also stands out in terms of when school is starting. Then we had considerations about what we're not considering for building our calendar, and all those things that connect back from what I call state level licensing and to our work with the district. Then I got really deep into what is happening across the metro area. So you can see the light blue is the pre-Labor Day starts, and the post-Labor Day starts are the darker blues. And so you can kind of see that there's been a change that's kind of happening across the metro area in terms of how we engage in building those calendars and how those came to be. And I also think that we can look at ourselves as a district, but we also have to look up and recognize, hey, we've got a calendar that needs to be maybe somewhat connected with other spaces as we participate in different activities and athletics and things across the metro area. Then I really want to say this most importantly. I heard very strongly from you that you wanted to have winter break as 2 full contiguous weeks, and you wanted to make spring break was 1 full week. So these are just kind of the considerations that we're looking at as a district based on the conversations that we've had together. And then we have dates that we meet. We've met already in June, and we're meeting here in August. And then our hope is before Thanksgiving is that we will have together a 2-year proposal with the committee for to adopt around. And I say, you know, these are the dates that we have. If we need to add on some more dates, we can certainly do that if we need to. And then our talking points kind of coming out of the discussion. These were the kind of common threads and themes that were a part of our discussion. So now we get to the work. Yes, feel free to reach out if you have any questions.
So all the things you just covered were in your June meeting that you covered with the committee?
It's a serious
Oh, my.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, let's take a 10-minute break, and then we.
So I work with the board.
You ready? We're ready to get back into action. Our next item is, so let's get that. Am I doing this right? I don't know how to use this. Sorry.
I gotta get that. I gotta enable you. There you go.
Thank you. Okay, let's see. Our next agenda item is to discuss board goals for the 24-25 school year. As a reminder, our goals for the 2023-24 school year include champion the strategic plan through visibility at community events, focusing on engagement and PACs, and seeking cross-agency opportunities with partner municipalities. And these are just on here to review. And anybody like to start us off with a goal that they'd like the board to consider?
I still kind of like these.
And this is fine.
Like, I mean,
Yeah.
And we haven't met with Hillsboro yet. We've done Cornelius and North Plains. And I think Hillsboro is probably going to be springish, that we said?
Yeah.
Yeah, after the election, when because council and mayor are going to be somewhat different after that, right?
I think I also like these. I also think adding something around legislative advocacy, especially with the upcoming election.
Yeah, agreed.
Like that. Not that's good at phrasing it.
Yeah, I don't know how to wordsmith that.
Yeah. Some goal regarding legislative advocacy for the academic year that includes a Salem or something. Yeah.
Advance of and during the 2025 legislative session?
Yeah.
Yes.
I did like the, I don't know if we need to put in a goal, but I did like for the most recent long session, we had the representatives into schools to have lunch with kids. So I would be an advocate for doing that event again. Give them an opportunity to take a picture with third graders and have lunch and us to get to them before legislative fiscal office does.
Are we, I mean, I know these are goals last year, but do you have any, like, evaluation of, like, how did you do? How was our participation?
These are not SMART goals, right? Like, these are not measurable. It's not what we chose to do. Yeah. What do you think? How did we do?
I mean, I think that we have some accountability for us, too.
How do you think we did?
Well, I think it's not just, like, ourselves, but, like, here, maybe here. But we haven't had this evaluation. Should be that too. I mean, I think we did really, really good on the cross-agency opportunities and connecting, and we heard really great presentations, and also building those relationships is super important when we have those other electeds in the room, and I think that was great. So on the board will focus on family engagement opportunities. I don't know, I feel like that one's a little just like not as like I know what our action is when we're on the last one, and on the first one is showing up basically, you know, in our community. But for the second one, I'm a little need more clarity.
I sort of have a personal goal this year. I was thinking about in advance of this, of being a little bit more, in addition to the community, but being out in the schools more in terms of special events and sporting events, but doing school visits like Marcus talked about, board members should do from time to time. I haven't done as many of those during the day just to get to know the different campuses that I haven't been to. So I think that try to do a little bit more of that this year, so I don't know if the whole board wants that to be their goal, but I share my personal perspective, but I'd like to try to do that.
Number two, I could think of 2 or 3 PAC events that I saw board members at with me.
No, and I'm saying like that's good that we're doing that as a district. I don't know how that falls for us, you know? Like, maybe we should change that to something that actually is our responsibility.
And I agree with you, Eric, on that one, because I don't necessarily can recall thing I did that impacted the, parent advisory committee way. Being present is always extremely important priority. I think, yeah, getting a better understanding of what is expected of us on that goal.
I would advocate maybe, I kind of like Patrick's goal about doing more school visits. I think we haven't, maybe that should, so then we don't want to have too many, but if we have the legislative, we have the, being present in their community activities, and the leadership colony, and then if we have one around visiting schools this next year.
I wonder if we could somehow combine maybe 1 and 2.
Yeah, it seems like that kind of goes with the other. Yeah, you're right.
Right.
This PAC meeting's already in.
I know we have also been intentional about inviting PACs to come to board meetings, and that's been something that we've put on calendar and have been mindful of. I agree with Patrick. That's also a personal goal of mine too, is getting a bit more out into the schools, and so I do like that idea. I also agree with Erica's comment about the board evaluation piece. I've been I think I had a conversation with Travis about it a couple months ago too, of, when we were doing the superintendent evaluation, I know we do that, is it every 2 years? No, every year? We do that every year. Oh my God, I'm sorry. Yes, every year. But I don't think we've been evaluated as a board, even in like a 365 type of a way. And I don't know exactly how we would, or if the board has ever been evaluated in the past.
2019.
Yeah, a long time.
Okay. Maybe
We've done self-evaluations since then, but the giant one where we asked community partners and whatnot to give feedback on, that was 2019.
Maybe that's something that we can look at this year,
in kind of a board evaluation process, or launching a board evaluation process that would give us a little more insight
how we're doing here,
and how we're to the community that we serve and the district that we serve.
She were here, she might say, hey, we could talk to them and get some resources to vet and Rose about that.
I will say that the goal, we had it as a previous board goal to have the PACs come and present. Like, that was a previous board goal, and then now it just became practice for us.
Yeah, right.
So we do business.
Yeah, that's great.
I thought of that too. And evaluations, I was like, board members get evaluated. I want to know what else can I do to improve important for us and what we do. Anybody else have any suggestions?
Maybe the goal is to establish a board evaluation process. Whether we do it or not this May or April may not matter, but if we establish a process, some of us might not be here after that.
And even to have like, not just be like whenever we remember, but actually like every 3 years.
Yeah, I think we've talked about it and just been intentional the last couple to not. Like, it was just.
Pandemic.
And we were in a superintendent search, and there were so many other time requirements of us that were out of the ordinary, that the ordinary got away from us a little bit.
Okay.
Before we move on from this, I did want to mention in regards to board goals, and potentially visiting schools. Before I started taking motions towards student representatives, I did not know there was a board of directors for HSD. I am fairly certain that many students at different levels, they know of teachers, they know of counselors, maybe, and they know the principals, and just maybe they know of admin. That's all they know. These are the four entities that the average student is aware of. I feel that maybe that might not be the best method of transparency.
Thank you.
There have been superintendent student chats where board members have attended from time to time in the past. Those were kind of fun. Remember that?
I remember, I'm sorry.
I'm pointing at Erica. She went too. I mean, it's probably pre-pandemic since the last time I went, probably, right?
Haven't done it in a long time.
Those were great.
There were,
And
that's when, last time I went.
Yeah, Mike Scott had some.
maybe Mike's last year, there was a couple, right? Started back up. And the administrative teams at those high schools did a great job curating students. It wasn't all the usual suspects, of a very broad range. It was awesome.
And I mean, to your point, Cal, our work is so removed from the day-to-day classroom thing, but the decisions that we make impact, right, the classroom, but it's like the awareness of like our existence and what we do is, kind of a little bit that I totally understand your point. I mean, there's staff that doesn't even know probably what we do and, what's our function, because it's just like the structure of the organization. I don't know that we, like, how do we even share that or communicate that? I don't know.
Backstage.
The organization.
Backstage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're really backstage.
That's a good analogy.
That's a really good point. It reminds me of the fact that in the Oregon Supreme Court, for example, sometimes the official session of the court with oral arguments at law schools so that law students can watch the court in action. And so it makes me wonder if as a board we could do something with like the government classes at high schools or something. I'll have to find that a little more. It's a good idea.
As an extra credit.
Or we go to the high school auditorium to do the board meeting. I don't know, that would probably be a night. Jordan's not here to. I'll tell you that. Yeah, that would probably be a nightmare. Where's Rose gonna put her located? I know, that's right, Rose, that would be a nightmare for her. It's like Rose is like, like trying to breathe over here. Thinking about no one else comes home.
You're like, never again. It's okay. I know what you're talking about.
Is that what you need?
Yeah.
Travis and Bet have notes and can bring something back to us, maybe?
Yes.
Good.
Yes, we're good. Next one is superintendent goals.
So, the objective is for the board of members to understand the purpose and question of the superintendent. For action, I have two goals proposed for this year in addition to the 9 standards that you'd evaluate me on. Action steps toward meeting the strategic planning too, and Brooke outlined those in some detail today. And then strengthen communication systems and advocacy between directors and superintendents. I got feedback last year that I should deepen relationships with each board member and figure out what you want to carry as far as advocacy and how you want to contribute and feel valued, useful, using today's words. And then how do we do that shoulder to shoulder when it comes to advocacy at the state level, How do we get out there together to talk to legislators, invite them to come to eat lunch with third graders? I want to invest in that work as my professional goal for the year. And I'm looking for a thumbs up that those would be acceptable. Thank you for the feedback and informative goals. Next slide. Killed that for 10 minutes. Superintendent evaluation, you want to talk?
Yes. So what we had discussed is to continue the same process as we did this past year on doing superintendent evaluations, which is just the OSBA and COSA standards and 2 goals, and either, external contract support, scores and gathering feedback of the board chair, unless there's any comments or suggestions. Oh, yeah, Rose did research as well.
I attended OSBA conference this weekend, and I found out that OSBA offers the service that Greg McKenzie offers as well. So I scheduled a call and had a chance to speak with OSBA yesterday. They offer a free tool for us that we can use to get started, but they also have a service that the external contractor that Greg would have done for us, where they collect the feedback and then put that in a report for us, like Greg would have done. And so what they said is that they could come into a meeting for us. They recommended if we were going to switch contractors, that we would start that process earlier in the year, like right away. And I said, we're already talking about it, so we're well on that way. But we could have them come into a meeting soon, and they could tell us about what that looks like, switching to their service. They already are aligned with the COSA standards, so I think it would be a great switch for us. And so I thought it would be a good idea for us to at least on this side, for us to give a look, see what they offer, and see what the cost is for us, and definitely give a good look at switching contractors for sure. Greg has retired, and so it's time.
So he's not, so again, she's talking around it, but Greg's not an option for this year. Right? So we are switching contractors. So Greg is no longer an option. He kind of came out of retirement to do it for us last year and maybe didn't go all that great, but he's definitely not an option for us this year. So we have to think of a new plan, and that's in our planning and discussion. We talked about the options of still maintaining a third party to sort of help us tabulate stuff. There's also, confidential employees in the tech services department that could probably collate the output of a Google form or whatever. My concern about that is that the public version of the letter tends to try to incorporate as much feedback from board members as possible, but I think and the superintendent gets to read all of our direct comments as part of that, or we usually have let them. But the general public doesn't see that, and I can't speak for anybody else, just to speak for myself. If I knew that an employee of the superintendent was going to have access to those comments, I would worry about my ability to be candid, even if they are a confidential employee and know that they can't talk about it. And so I just me personally, I don't think the third-party contractor services are super expensive, but it's probably, if it's not crazy, it's probably my preference, even though we probably have the expertise in-house to do it, to still use some third-party person. That's just my thought.
And I like that OSB is working with COSA standards, so it's very good relationship between administrators.
Agree. In terms of the scheduling, I guess, for the superintendent evaluation, I know we have the annual evaluation. Is it every 4 years then that we have, when do we have the 360?
Did the contract?
Evaluation.
What?
360.
Oh.
360 evaluation.
It doesn't describe a type of evaluation, it just describes standards as a goal, and then do that annually.
Got it.
Well, as board members are compelled to evaluate things annually.
Yeah.
We have to come to agreement on what the.
Which type, yeah, what type?
But it doesn't have a branding.
Got it.
There's no direct description of that. That's where I took a class last year for first year superintendent, part of the class from Hillsboro. It is OSBA, the process is vetted by both groups, and it's a process right now.
I do think, thinking about that though, as we think about our process, I think it's good, like, if we can have solid 3 years, I think that's a good time for like a full 360, because change does take time, and it, like, to see things bigger, and then also the, just the average, like, what's it called, tenure of superintendents, I think, yeah, lifespan. Having something where it's like long enough time so that there's enough data there for people, you know, and I think if we could do something like that for you all to consider of, you know, after the end of the 3rd year, doing a full 360.
We did the board one in 2019, all doing a full 360 on the superintendent during tenure?
Yeah, we did.
I don't think,
There hasn't been, since I've been here.
Not since
Val?
we did before with Val, and the mayor got to chime in, also on Mike. Yeah.
OSBA talked about all the options there, they can do, just staff, I don't know what they call it, but then they have 360 where they can involve the community. They can do some coaching for the board on what, this evaluation, so they can offer any kind of services to us. So, they have great options for us, and it can provide a lot of services to us. And a lot of it, some of it's free for us.
oh,
So,
because we're already OSBA.
they're really the experts on this, and I think that we give a lot of value in it, so I think it's worth us looking for sure.
Yeah, looking for sure. I don't want to just default to OSBA being the choice, but I don't even know how I would vet another third contract. I don't even know what questions to really ask.
So are they gonna come and present at our next board meeting of like the types of different evaluations and what?
I was just talking to him yesterday, so
Okay.
we're still trying to figure out what the next steps are, yeah.
We haven't had a meeting with the 4 of us yet.
Gotcha, okay.
Soon, and yes.
I guess I'm leaning towards continuing with a third party if it's not crazy expensive, just to not burden an employee with having that information, trying to not think or think about it. And then, yeah, probably leaning towards OSBA. If they have the service and some of the evaluation tools are already free because we're members or whatever.
I think because we're starting next month and have, like, if we go through a selection process and vet a third party.
It could be a work session presentation, right?
We can always try it this year, and if it didn't go well, we can reevaluate. But we're kind of on a time crunch right now.
Yeah, but from my perspective, Greg's not an option.
Yeah.
Not long gone, he's retired. Rephrase that.
And those, correct me if I'm
Yeah.
wrong, they processed this last year.
Kristen Miles, the one who did the, she's, well, not all of you, but some of you met.
An evaluation.
Probably come in and we will get into this and provide coaching if you'd like.
Thank you.
Yes.
She's probably retired.
Okay. Thank you. Board agreements. As a reminder, the board and superintendent are jointly committed to upholding the values and implementing the protocols outlined on the board superintendent work agreements. And are there any proposed changes to the document that anybody would like to discuss? Any comments from you, Travis?
Assuming that we have that process that we want, would be a planning team, Rose, that Mark, myself, would continue to create the agenda based on what we hear. Ideas or presentations that we could address, and then as a planning team, it's our responsibility to figure out what's the will of the board and what to bring to time. I appreciate that, and I think that's working for us.
Yeah.
And it's on the back page called board meeting agendas.
You're not suggesting something needs to be changed, or you are suggesting?
I'm not suggesting we stick with that.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that.
And I'm very proud of our board for how we respectfully treat each other, even when we disagree on things. But the fact that we have this is a reminder that that's not always been the case. It may not always be the case. So, I'm still a fan of sort of codifying, you know, be nice to each other. Like, at least, if not nice, at least respectful.
I just wanted to say on the second page, it says communications director. Communications officer.
There you go.
Yeah.
I'm still pretty comfortable with the idea of speak with one voice. If a community member emails you directly, you can respond to them. If they email the whole board, the board chair or vice chair responds on behalf of the board. People still sort of okay with that? I mean, I've been as last year as I had been in years past. I feel like I was all right. But some of that is oftentimes trying to vet the answer for fact content with administrative team. So, talking well, never.
Oh, good, Mark. Any other comments or suggestions regarding this?
I found it.
Okay.
I think we sign it
Yeah.
at some point, don't we? It's adopted last September, so we do have a work session between now and then. If people have suggestions, make it a brief item in the next agenda to talk about if anybody wants to make changes and modify it again.
No, what we usually do is, I can review it again for the, September work session. We can discuss it again, and then we will put it on for approval on the.
So we took action, like we adopted it.
Oh, yes, for sure,
Yeah,
sorry.
okay,
That's the question, yes.
Yeah.
All good, thank you.
So, my plan would be to continue with the cycles of board updates on Fridays. We paused during July, picked back up in August. Emails for things that would be urgent, or actually last year we did more of a board update. Rare that I would send an email that afternoon, turned into board updates for the record. And meetings with chair, vice chair, every 2 weeks, plan the meeting, and then I would do meetings with each director monthly. And then you all have my text message and can text me or call me anytime you have a question. And between board and cabinet, my request would be to continue with direct access to cabinet members for questions like you do, and CC me so that I can understand the dialogue that's going back and forth. And then when we think it's something that would be of interest to the whole board, we'll often take the response to an email and publish it in the board update. So about the calendar, we would say this is some data that Kana has gathered based on Mark's question, but we think it would be something that everybody would be interested in. Not a true example, just an example.
When you said for the record just now, but emails are part of Discover Public Record. Board updates are not public, are they? So that for the record, they're not made part of the record by being a board update, I don't think.
They're not, published.
But probably discoverable.
They're absolutely
Okay,
discoverable.
all right. Okay,
I
Yes.
think of it as an archive of info that you can always go back to.
yeah, I love being able to click on that.
Patrick, you had a question? Okay.
But I'm, in those first two bullets, please let me know our strategies with each other and then strategies. How about board members?
Oh, yeah, so as a reminder, when you email a member of the cabinet to, or building principal, or any other staff member to, please just include, Travis on that email at all times. And then, next item is board budget with Michelle.
We'll do emergency
Oh, no,
response.
just kidding,
Sorry.
emergency response.
I'll usually text an emergency to the board, not requiring any kind of response, and follow up with, you know, an email. That working for everybody? The main concern is that you start getting hit up or you get information and you haven't. That could happen if again or someday. But what we try to do is get you aware that something's going on as soon as possible and follow up.
It was a surprise to me when I first became the chair how much more frequently the superintendent and I talked than an average board member. So there are also times where the superintendent is calling to take the temperature of the board through the chair to say, do I need to, is it a media text or is it a board up? So behind the scenes, I think you all know that that's happening, just want to be a reminder. And also I think superintendents have generally been aware of sort of our geographic area, and if you're out walking your dog or just taking a walk and something's happening in your neighborhood, oftentimes it's been, at least somebody's not even here, so a good example, like if the superintendent had talked to me and said, I know the Century thing, do you think I should let Jackie know too? I'm like, yeah, maybe, or sometimes, probably not, doesn't work. So the board chair is often making those kinds of calls of, yeah, like maybe alert everybody right now, or it's fine being a board update this afternoon. If you're not okay with that, maybe let a vet know, but.
Thank you. Okay. Now, Michelle.
All right, well, everyone has had a full year experience, so I hope you understand how to access board recesses through, or resources through Rose. She will coordinate, schedule, provide Q&A for you as much as you need to. There is a budget section that's kind of under the superintendent's purview that supports the board and all of the board activities. The budget includes travel, professional development dues, fees, technology, subscription services, and the meeting supplies. So all of the things that you see and have access to while you're in the meeting, but also when you're out in general being a board member. This is a good reminder, board members are subject to the same purchasing and reimbursement policies as staff. So that means if you do incur some expenses on behalf of the district in your role, please submit itemized receipts within 30 days to Rose, and she will get them down to the business office and we'll process them right away. We can't reimburse for certain items, so anything that basically has an age restriction on it, we can't reimburse for that. So we'd like not to see them on receipts at all. Gentle reminder there. And then we do have the IRS guidelines for lunch, breakfast, and dinner. Basically, our policy states anything necessary and ordinary. So if you're coupling some personal travel along with a board professional development thing, we have staff members that do that too, and we just kind of have to suss out what's ordinary and necessary versus what is not allowable. And then I just put our district mileage rate up there, just as a reminder and a resource for you guys as you go throughout the year. And if you're not sure, please reach out. Just think about everything we do as a public record, and we do get them, especially as board members seek other positions in the community. They'll come up specifically around for certain people. So all the transactions. Thank you.
Is attending NSBA pretty much the most expensive thing to board members do? Travel and whatever conference fees?
Usually anything out of state
Yeah.
or airfare.
I guess Cube too, but you did that on.
My list. One of the things that, since the pandemic, our, both our travel, so airlines and hotels have gotten really a little bit unclear, a little fuzzy around the fees associated with certain choices that you make when you're securing travel. So again, Rose is great if you need her support in booking something. She knows what to watch for.
Thank you.
If you decide to go to NSB on the next slide, Rose will usually just make your reservation for you and just check in. Yeah.
Yes, so board conferences. OSBA is having their annual fall conference this November, the 7th through the 9th, and then this one is where students can attend. So Cal and Gwen, if that's something you're interested in, let Rose know. That goes for my fellow board members as well. If you're interested, let Rose know. Is there any?
Is that in Portland?
Yes, so
Yeah, that's one.
Marriott, downtown.
Downtown Portland.
Mhm.
We tend to be super proud walking around with our students, by the way. It's for what it's worth.
Do other school boards bring their students?
Occasionally, well, if they have them.
A lot of most school districts don't have student reps.
Most schools don't have student reps.
One of the first ones. I think maybe we're the first ones.
We've brought them more consistently than most.
Yeah, at least.
And I still, the student representative program began since Erica and I have been on the board, so I still feel like it's newish, and we're learning every year and trying to be better every year, and we probably made mistakes with previous groups or things we like, oh, we could have done better with that. So by the end of the year, maybe you'll let us know what we could have done better with you.
It's been like, what, 6 years, 7 years?
It might be like 6 or 7 now.
Yeah, it's brand new. And then we also have the National SBA Conference, and that is going to be in Atlanta in April. So students, that one you're not allowed to attend, am I correct? Okay. Yeah. Oh, true. Sorry, I have the clicker, I'm not clicking. But my fellow board members, if that's something you're interested in, again, just let Rose know.
We don't tend to stay over for the local one, just drive back and forth. So there shouldn't be any hotel expense for that one.
I was gonna say that CUBE conference is in October.
Is that Florida?
Vegas.
Did it move it? Where?
Vegas.
Oh.
It's because most of the time it was always in Florida.
Yeah.
It's actually on the West Coast.
Have you gone to one?
Not yet.
Not yet?
Urban.
So they have a lot more.
Okay. Thank you. Next agenda item is board planning.
Anybody do NSBA last year? Sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay.
Did anybody go? You did.
Oh, Eric. I was in New Orleans, right?
I was the only one that.
Yeah.
The planning guide is not shared.
Come up.
Our next topic is board meeting planning. Does anyone have any topics that they'd like to propose to Superintendent Ryman and the cabinet for presentation this year? Yes, Moni?
I really appreciate the literacy piece that we've been doing, part of the strategic plan. But I'd also like to have some information about the 37% who aren't making the grades, so to speak, and going forward. and supplemental years for kids who are behind. So that, I'd like some information on that.
I can find that, like sort of just the idea of what a U-Fly intervention looks like.
I have a second one. So we talked about the mental health issues that the students are having in the classroom, and we've also talked in the past about teacher retention. I'd like to know more about the teacher's perspective and all of this, as far as what tools are they given to help the students in the classroom and to prevent their burnout or the struggles that they're having. What issues are they having, and what are we doing to support them? I mean, teachers and the teachers' aides, whoever's in the classroom with the students.
Take note.
It would probably be an executive session update, but I wouldn't mind sort of a land bank update. I know I often say previous boards have done a great job strategically purchasing land throughout our district in preparation. So I don't feel like I have a great grasp on where I know we did some stuff in South Hillsboro with the high school site, maybe gave up a, so but I wouldn't maybe just, I don't know if it's Hayden comes or just y'all or Saida does it, but you know, like sort of a refresher on this is what we have in our land bank. I don't know if anybody else wants that, but it wouldn't mind knowing.
I echo that too, Mark.
For sure.
I was gonna say I had another one.
Go ahead.
I think just tied to the same issue with the classroom control, for lack of a term, is the safety incidents. So like the safety report that comes out each month, and then so I know there's a limited detail about what we can have about what the incidents are. Perhaps a short presentation about the things that we're doing to reduce those safety incidents.
Clarification on that. Are you talking about students involved incidents in the classroom specifically, or are you talking about like trips and falls?
The whole, because if I recall correctly from the report, it just has incidents or safety incidents or something. It's kind of like a generic list of by month about how many.
Workers' comp, and then we track incidents that require 911, and then just like the total number of incidents.
Right. The more of the total number of incidents that we're having each month. Yeah. Just love to see those. I mean, I'm sure everyone would see those numbers come down.
I think there's going to be statewide conversations during session, and we've seen one nearby district that was even on the calendar stuff, take action regarding student use of cell phones in school. I don't understand or how we would address it, but I think it's a topic we should discuss with them.
Or this date is doing this, what do we do?
So I don't know where we fit in the schedule. Probably later than sooner, to let some of the evidence play out. But I do.
You know, from our standpoint, from the school side, we are letting it be that we're going to be setting up some meetings with those districts too, just to see how it's going, go out. If we're able to, depending on how much airtime they are getting to and how it's going. And also, so probably more.
Maybe late enough for you to gather some of that data.
Gather some of that information and see like what it really looks like in implementation.
Yeah, and implementation in New York or Pennsylvania is different than implementation in Oregon, but we do have people nearby trying it.
Yeah, so I just on it, and then also some schools in Portland Public, not all of Portland Public, but some schools to do it. So got some people to look at. Fascinating.
Maybe right before the elections, people could be super angry at me.
Maybe like that.
Anything else? I think they down. Okay. Our next item is, we have a few action items, right? Two? Correct?
Two?
Yeah, two.
Yeah.
Moving one for next time, and so we're gonna go ahead and get that started. A notice of intent to purchase. Jordan, is there anything else?
Just that this is our 5-year copy of contract. We actually went longer on our previous one because of the pandemic and some pieces around that. And so this is a purchasing process, RFI process with multiple options that submitted options for us, is moving that forward so we can.
Would anybody like to make a motion? Or have a question? Anybody like to make a motion?
I move that the Board of Directors acknowledge the notice of intent to purchase multifunctional copiers from Canon USA by use of a cooperative purchasing agreement under the authority of the State of Oregon, ORS 279A.215, permissive cooperative procurement.
Motion has been moved by Director Lopez.
Any further discussion?
Is there any further discussion?
And then I think you read it.
Wait, okay. It has been moved by the Board of Directors and acknowledge the notice of intent to purchase multifunctional copiers from Canon USA by use of cooperative purchasing agreement under the authority of the State of Oregon, ORS 279A.215, permissive cooperative procurement. Is there any further discussion? Rose, we get a roll.
Kim Kim.
Aye.
Erica Lopez. Patrick McGuire.
Aye.
Monique Ward.
Aye.
Mark Watson.
Aye.
Yvette Mondora.
Aye. Motion carries. And the next one is, our last action item is to approve policies. These policies were listed for the first reading at the June and July board meetings. Would anyone like to make a motion to approve the policies as presented?
I move that the Board of Directors approve the policies as presented.
Second.
It has been moved by Director Lopez and seconded by Director Watson that the Board of Directors approve the policies as presented. Is there any further discussion?
I didn't think of this, but especially when we were planning, or 2 days ago when we were planning. I think most of the time we just do this as consent agenda. We're just doing them separate because we don't have a consent agenda.
Rose, can you call the roll, please?
Kim Kim. Aye. Erica Lopez. Patrick McGuire.
Aye.
Monique Ward. Mark Watson.
Aye.
Yvette Mondora.
Aye. Motion carries. And now we are full of our streets. We have the one point. Have any? E policy, first reading. We have one policy and the associates AR listed. Travis or Audrey, do you have any information that you'd like to share with us? No, just. Thank you. Okay, discussion time. This brings us to discussion time. We will start off with student representatives. This is your time to briefly reflect on today's meeting, share your thoughts, and provide an update on what is happening around your school community. When would you like to start us off?
Yeah, sure. I thought this meeting was like very informational, and it was a really great start just to kind of get into everything. I thought one thing that I thought was very interesting is how we're gonna. I think it was said that we're gonna start focusing on like implementing more writing, like resources into schools and stuff like that, and kind of the more literacy track. And I thought that was really, really amazing because I went to a private school. I think it was very interesting going from a private school like writing to a public school writing curriculum, and I really saw like the disparities, and I think it's like really good that we. Does that make sense, or am I, okay, yeah. Anyways, I think writing is super important as it really shows critical thinking in people, and I think it's very important that schools really try to teach critical thinking and implement that for kids to.
Yes, I was very, very glad that I got to attend this meeting. I appreciated meeting many of you today. I appreciated many of your talking points, technology, about equity, about budget. So it was very, very, very informative and gave me a very good idea on what to expect for future discussions and meetings with the board. I don't believe particular points are asked to me. I felt that many of them were very riveting. I found them riveting, I would say.
Thank you. Travis?
Yeah, welcome to our new student reps. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for a great meeting. Thanks for the prep, roads, cabinet group, that Mark for the planning of this day. The only update that I have for the group is summer graduation is tomorrow at 6. We celebrate students and they finish line a little later than everybody else, and it's always a really nice celebration. So I'll be there. It's an open invitation. I'd love to have for them.
Thank you. Okay, we'll kick it off with Dr. Lopez. Any comments?
No, I think I've enough today, so. The question I had is, for tomorrow's graduation, does that count to our 4-year or 5th-year completion?
It will count as our 4-year because we'll get them into the system before, the end of August is when that, yes. Summer's very important.
And the only other, if I didn't see, I know on our agenda planning document, did you say is
not scheduled yet.
Gotcha.
Last time we did it at their place. Also on a Tuesday.
They have the same difference.
Dr. Kim?
I've never heard a board meeting described as riveting, so that's very. No, it's welcome. It's so wonderful to have you both, and I'm looking forward to just really the impact you both will have and the contributions you will have. It's really great to be back. Since I have been physically in this building. Last year, I don't know if you all remember, I brought my, was she 4-month-old then, and a lot more stationary than she is now. She's very mobile, all over the place, so cannot bring her unless it's a family-friendly environment. But anyway, so it's wonderful to be in the same physical space. I'm hoping that in this upcoming school year that I'll be able to attend more board meetings in person. And so that's just a personal kind of goal of mine, to be physically here and also to be more physically in school. So we're really, really looking forward to that. Really appreciated all of the presentations and just the information that you all shared. We have so much to celebrate in our district, and I think that probably something we all have in common, and I've heard it through a couple of different conversations, is we're all very goal-driven, but also love challenge, and so we're always like looking for the next thing, and we don't sit long enough to really appreciate our celebrations and to really kind of memorialize it. And so, you know, I want to congratulate you all for such an incredible school year, and really looking forward to this upcoming school year and just the momentum that we have. Yeah, just very excited to be here with you all.
Director Ward? All right. Welcome. I'm looking forward to this year working with each of you. So glad to have our student reps here and looking forward to your voice. I appreciate the presentations that were done and the work that's upcoming on the school calendar. For that. Thank you for the what do we call that? The icebreakers? That's really nice. That was really interesting. Neat to find out the overlaps. So that was cool.
Thank you. Director McGuire?
Wonderful school year ahead. Good things. Interesting, I was on annual vacation last month, and I had a chance to visit with some folks who are teachers in other states and other parts of the country, and it's interesting how a lot of times I think about the things we're facing in the context of Oregon, but a lot of similarities across the entire country. For instance, I mentioned that this year, we're looking at some math curriculum changes that have happened here in Oregon. And someone who's a math teacher in Ohio that I was visiting with said they were having some of the same discussions about how to fit data science in, where does that fit? It's just interesting to see that all around the United States, from jurisdictions, people are just trying to all the ways research and trying to make assessments of it all. It's an honor to represent community growth all of you.
Thanks, everybody, for getting started on a great year. Thanks to the students for being here. Yvette and Rose and Travis and I have had a chance to talk with them a little more. First, we did an orientation session yesterday. There's another student rep, Abe, that you'll meet. He's in Pittsburgh. He did attend orientation yesterday, but also probably couldn't be on for 8 hours today. So, perfectly excusable. So I look forward to you all getting a chance to meet him as well. Thank you for Director Pantoja sending me some graces. I try not to run a meeting for the first time in 3 years, and still like, yeah, you go, no, it's not my job to do that. So I will do the best I can to not do that, but I won't always be able to. So thank you for that. And thank you for stepping into the leadership role. We very much appreciate you doing that.
Thank you. Marcus. Like I said, it's fine. It's a cycle. You're gonna have to break at some point. That's fine. I need your guidance in that aspect. And I wanted to say, thank you for, this journey that I'm on in my new role and being patient with me as I get to learn more and experience more. And I wanted to just also thank the cabinet for all your presentations and all the work that you do, because you guys are the esoteric, leaders of your departments, and it's really important for us to just, lean on you guys when we have questions, and it's just, I appreciate you so much, and I know we all do. So thank you for all of this, and, for being here today for the, 8 hours into the student rep, your first time here, and I hope you guys had a good time. And with that, this meeting is adjourned.